On high alert once again. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Michael Brownlee.
And I'm Colleen Williams. We're entering another strong Santa Ana wind event for Southern California. Places like Ontario already reporting winds over 60 miles an hour.
Meteorologist Melissa McGee is here tracking it all for us. Melissa.
Yeah, Michael and Colleen, here we go again. We already have some strong winds outside right now. I want to show you some of the current gusts across much of our region. Santa Clarita, close to 50 miles per hour. We've got a gust in Ontario up to 32. But then you look at the shading here, the red, that's an indication of winds anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour up through our mountains there in LA County. So we've got the red flag warning up once again for much of our region. So this is because we've got Santa Ana winds that will be moving on through and very dry and low relative humidity. Within the red flag warning, we have once again what we are calling a particularly dangerous situation. So this is for areas in LA County as well as Ventura County. San Gabriel Mountains, you're included in that. Northern San Fernando Valley all the way down across areas in Ventura County valleys and mountains. So this stays up until 10 a.m. on Tuesday. Part of the reason why we have a concern for the Santa Anas is that it's dry and it's getting drier. The humidity futurecast showing you as we go throughout the overnight hours into Tuesday morning. Look at some of these percentages. In Temecula, you're down to 3%. Bone dry in Riverside in at 5%. So we'll talk about the Santa Ana winds, the impacts, and what we can expect. The peak of the winds arriving tonight right through 10 a.m. on Tuesday. The coast and the valleys, you'll have winds anywhere from 50 to 70 miles per hour. The mountains 60 to 80 miles per hour. Some spots a little stronger than that. Once the winds pick up, the humidity drops, which leads to erratic fire behavior if a fire is sparked. We'll take a closer look and we'll time it out for you coming up with your first alert forecast. I'll send it back over your way.
All right, Melissa, thank you. Not surprising here. Fire crews once again beefing up their staffing as the winds start to pick up again.
That's right. NBC4's Alex Rozier continues our team coverage from the Palisades Fire Command Post with details on where they're focusing their efforts and resources. Alex.
Michael and Colleen, there are already more than 5,000 firefighters that are out here fighting the Palisades fire. But right now, several crews have pre-deployed to fire-prone areas, so they are ready to respond quick if a new fire takes off.
Small brush fire here just south of the Griffith Observatory.
Today, firefighters quickly put out this small fire in Griffith Park, close to the observatory and several homes. And with even stronger winds expected tonight, LAFD Captain Eric Scott said they are preparing for more.
So we have additional firefighters and fire engines that are going out into areas that are prone to having wildfires. That allows us to hit them hard and fast. We also have additional 911 call takers, helicopter pilots.
Scott said people who live in hilly areas with windy roads should know parking restrictions will be enforced.
So when we order an evacuation and you have a large SUV trying to come out with multiple vehicles behind and a big red fire engine coming in, we could have choke points, and we don't want that.
Fire crews want the public to prepare.
You should already have proper brush clearance for the defensible space and thinking about hardening your home. When the winds come, it's not just the flame front that takes out a house, it's the ember cast that could go a mile in front of the flames. And if it lands on your property, could it burn something?
Tonight's winds aren't expected to be as strong as they were on January 7th when the Palisades and Eaton fires started, but they will be significant.
It's serious enough that we are taking a lot of action to be prepared, and we want the public to do the same.
And fire leaders here talk a lot about the Ready, Set, Go program. They want you to be in the set mode, meaning that you are set to go if smoke or fire comes into your neighborhood. Reporting live tonight, I'm Alex Rozier, NBC4 News.
All right, Alex, thank you for that. A little bit of a scare if you saw this today. The LAPD detained a man in connection with this small brush fire in Griffith Park. News Chopper 4 captured some of the shots of the fire and the smoke below the observatory. This going on at about 1:30. It burned about a quarter of an acre out there.
That's right. NBC4's Eric Leonard live for us with breaking new details on the man who has been detained. Eric.
Yeah, hi, Michael and Colleen. We're here on Kenmore Avenue in the flatlands of Hollywood, maybe a mile or so away from where that small fire burned in Griffith Park this afternoon. LAPD patrol officers, a short time after that fire ignited, detained a man here on this block who they believe matched the description of a person seen running from the area where that fire started. The chief of the LA Park Rangers tells us there are several eyewitnesses to what happened. He says the man here matched the description, and some of those eyewitnesses even sent police a photo.
There was a witness that actually saw the suspect start the fire. They were able to give us a picture of the suspect that they took, and so
Like a cell phone photo?
Yeah, and so our watch commander ranger was able to send that photo out and to the other units in the area, and 10 minutes later the LAPD caught him here on Kenmore Street.
He says this man appears to be in his 30s, described him as a transient known to park rangers and LAPD officers because, according to the chief there, the man has a history of lighting fires inside Griffith Park and in the surrounding community. Arson investigators came out here. The man was eventually taken away by LAPD officers for booking. Officials say they also found some items here on Kenmore Street that could be evidence related to how that fire started. The fire itself was knocked down very quickly by both park rangers and LA City firefighters with the assistance of some water drops from an LA City Fire Department helicopter. The fire burned about a quarter of an acre. No buildings were damaged. No one was injured. We're trying to get some additional information about what charge this man may have been booked on, and we'll report back as soon as we know. For now, live from Hollywood, I'm investigative reporter Eric Leonard, NBC4 News. Back to you.
Eric, thank you for that. Historic day in Washington, D.C. 5 U.S. presidents in attendance when Donald Trump was sworn in as the nation's 47th president. Inaugural events have been going on all day, and President Trump started right away making good on his campaign promises.
NBC4's Conan Nolan joins us live from our newsroom with more on the president's message to the country. Conan.
That's right. He's once again the president and commander-in-chief. And Donald Trump is not wasting any time signing scores of executive orders, including the renaming of the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America and reclaiming ownership of the Panama Canal.
The Honorable Donald John Trump.
Impeached twice, found guilty of 34 felonies, defeated 4 years ago, and nearly killed by an assassin's bullet. Donald J. Trump today completed the most remarkable political comeback in U.S. history, taking the oath in the nation's 60th presidential inauguration and the peaceful transfer of power.
So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
What followed was less of a speech about unity than it was a recitation of promises from his campaign, including condemnations of the administration of the man sitting behind him, the 46th President Joe Biden.
The radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair.
He declared an energy emergency.
We will drill, baby, drill.
And an emergency at the southern border.
Returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came.
At one point, Mr. Trump spoke of the government's response to natural disasters, making particular mention of the devastating fires in Southern California.
Where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense.
In fact, both fires are mostly contained, thanks to the work of thousands of firefighters from across the West.
They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer.
It is unclear of whom the president was speaking. Attending was Apple's Tim Cook, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, and Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, as well as Elon Musk. All have homes in Southern California, but none of them burned. Later, the president appeared at the inaugural parade held at the city's Capital One Arena due to the bitter cold temperatures outside. This as President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris left for California. She to her home in Brentwood, he to the Santa Ynez Valley in Santa Barbara County, to the home of a family friend.
It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president.
The end of one era and the resurrection of another. The 45th president, now the 47th. President Trump says he will visit Southern California later this week to personally inspect the damage from the Eaton and Palisades fires. Among his executive orders signed today, a withdrawal of the U.S. from the Paris Climate Accord Treaty. I'm Conan Nolan, NBC4 News.
All right, Conan, thank you. And right now we are looking at a live shot here from the Hollywood Burbank Airport, the arrival of former Vice President Kamala Harris. Right after the inauguration, she hopped on a plane, headed to Los Angeles, as you see. She's landing right now at Hollywood Burbank Airport, then headed to Altadena to tour damage from the Eaton fire.
We have Camilla Rambaldi and Robert Kovacic standing by with more on a live report once she steps off the plane. But, Michael, you may remember she has a home in Brentwood. It was, I believe, subject to evacuation orders last week in the Palisades fire. In fact, they did at one point arrest a couple of individuals in the area. No mention yet whether they were charged or not or what the circumstances were, but they arrested a couple of people in the area. Once again, this is Hollywood Burbank Airport. On that plane, former Vice President Kamala Harris. All right. We, of course, will have reports from both Camilla and Robert as soon as we get more. In the meantime, TikTok CEO is in the crowd for President Trump's inauguration. An expert joins us to talk about the social media app's future with politics and national security. And returning to the Palisades, more neighborhoods open up today. We'll hear from families who haven't seen their homes in nearly 2 weeks. Supervisor Catherine Barger toured the damage today in Altadena. Her visit comes during another high wind warning in the area. We'll be right back.
Start your year off right at Jerome's New Year's clearance event, going on now.
Get up to 50% off of Jerry's already low prices, like this queen bed, dresser, mirror, and nightstand for just $6.99. Or get 2 recliners for $188.
Going on now.
Just like our parents. Our family has been fighting for families like yours for over 35 years. So if you're injured, call Morgan & Morgan. For the people. For the families.
We are Sellers Advantage.
And we want to buy your house.
Sellers Advantage has revolutionized the home selling process to get you more for your home.
With no agent fees, no hassles, and no repairs, selling your house doesn't have to be overwhelming.
Call now or visit sellersadvantage.com.
8 Jaguars, 4 weeks at Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. 2 lucky Club Serrano members will win a Jaguar every Thursday in January. Play all month to earn entries. Not a member? Join for free today. Only at Yamava Resort and Casino, your California to Vegas connection. Details at yamava.com.
I've got this dream, and you're all in it.
Let's hear it.
With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for your dream.
I have this vacation home.
That's like a getaway.
Yeah, but it's also an eco-friendly artist retreat.
So, you're expanding your business?
And our family.
Can you help me plan for that?
Yeah, let's get started.
Ready to meet the dream team? You can with Wells Fargo.
Getting the mammogram done. Taking your kid to the dentist for a checkup. For us, you are the priority as well. At Ultimed, we provide comprehensive health services under one roof, so you can spend more time doing what you love. Live fully and grow healthy at any age with Ultimed.
There are many dental implant centers, but only one Dr. E.
Linda, how did you find out about Dr. E?
I was searching the internet for dentists and he just popped up. I gave him a call and it made me feel very good. I was very nervous going there because I had been to many dentists locally that just never really made me feel comfortable. It was just very warm, it was very kind, and I just kind of felt like this was a natural fit.
Call Dr. E and Implants for Life for your free, no-obligation dental implant consultation.
Start your year off right at Jerome's New Year's clearance event, going on now.
Give up to 50% off of Jerry's already low prices, like this Queen Joe memory foam mattress for just $398, or get 2 recliners for just $188.
Going on now.
Harris arriving back home in L.A. this afternoon following the inauguration of President Trump today. In fact, there's her plane right there. She just touched down in Burbank. The plane is parked. Right now, they're waiting for the stairs to come up. This is a live look at her arrival in Burbank.
As we just mentioned, she landed here at the Hollywood Burbank Airport. That's where NBC4's Camilla Rambaldi is now live. She has more on the former vice president's arrival and visit. Camilla.
Hi, Colleen and Michael. That's right. The former vice president, Kamala Harris, as you just mentioned, just arrived here on Air Force Two as we wait for her to deboard the plane here. She's expected to make a couple of stops here in L.A. for her final ceremonial flight here back home here in Los Angeles, where she has a home in Brentwood. And NBC News has learned that she was supported by an all-female U.S. Air Force crew on her flight here from Joint Base Andrews to California. This is the first time an all-female crew has operated a C-32 for the U.S. Air Force. This flight was a little behind schedule. It was expected to land closer to 3:45. It landed a little bit after 4 this afternoon. We know the former vice president will be making a couple of stops here in L.A. Upon landing, she will visit a local fire station and thank firefighters there who have been on the front lines. And we understand she will also help distribute food to first impacted community members with World Central Kitchen. And earlier this month, we know Harris had canceled her final foreign trip due to the California wildfires. Again, we are standing by for the former Vice President Kamala Harris to deboard here Air Force Two, as she's expected to get into the motorcade here to get to her next stop here in L.A. Robert, Colleen, and Michael.
All right, we're going to stay on this till we see the former vice president come out at the top of the stairs. Presumably, she will be at some point this evening going back to Brentwood to her home there. Once again, as I mentioned, they were in those mandatory evacuation areas last week. She's landing as well, Michael, to some very strong Santa Anas, not quite as strong as they were maybe 2 weeks ago when all of this started, but strong nevertheless today.
Yeah, and of course, she almost, her home at least in Brentwood, had almost fallen victim to those Santa Anas. Of course, there was some evacuations at her property there in Brentwood. And as Camilla mentioned, she was supposed to make a trip, or canceled, I should say, her itinerary because of the wildfires here in Southern California. So again, former vice president, freshly new former vice president Kamala Harris, leaving the inauguration there in D.C. of now President Donald Trump, headed to Burbank here. And again, as Camilla mentioned, she's going to help distribute some food as well as visit the wildfire area of Altadena.
We've watched World Central Kitchen do yeoman's work throughout these fire emergencies. We're going to bring in our Conan Nolan as well. Conan, she landed in Burbank, possibly visiting the command post in Altadena?
Right, and remember that from this point on, the former vice president is focused on her future. And there's a lot of speculation as to what that future looks like politically. A lot of folks are thinking that she will run for governor of California in 2026, that the Democrats who've already announced for that office will allow her, will essentially clear the field for her to run for that job, the way Richard Nixon did in 1960 when he ran for president in 60, lost to John F. Kennedy, ran for governor 2 years later. Kamala Harris doesn't want to follow that lead because he lost. Dick Nixon did in 1962, and there's some suggestion she will run for governor. Others believe that she wouldn't do that because she wants to run for president again in 2028. We've been told that she plans on writing a book. That's, I think, her first priority. But it's interesting. She's coming back here. She's going to visit those first responders as well as the ones who've been providing services in the Eaton fire. And that's not part of her capacity anymore as vice president. She's a private citizen, but it could be something of a tell in that, yes, she's not leaving public service, and yes, she may be considering her next step, and that may be as the chief executive of the nation's most populous state. So, yeah, everything Kamala Harris does from now on people will try to interpret as to what her intentions will be going forward. But she's a young woman still, politically speaking. This is not her last effort at public office. We don't think. She's either running for statewide office or running for the presidency once again. And I think we're going to be getting an idea of that in the next several months.
Conan, some folks close to her within her camp told Political not too long ago that, when it comes to a possible run for governor in 2026, she needs some time to sort out her personal affairs. And they acknowledge the fact that she's been in office for 2 consecutive decades now.
Right, and this is going to be a change. Remember, when the president leaves, Joe Biden, he still has a Secret Service detail and he still has an office. There is an office of former president. There is really nothing for the vice president. She's going to have to learn to drive again. And if she doesn't drive herself currently, and so it's a much more nebulous position for a former vice president. Joe Biden obviously is not running again, but she could. And vice presidents in single-term administrations have the capacity to try to navigate the party once again. Remember, it was Walter Mondale ran for president of the United States against Ronald Reagan 4 years after he was defeated as vice president. And so, we'll see. I have to tell you, though, when it comes to other Democrats who've already announced for governor, including Antonio Villaraigosa, who we interviewed recently, former mayor of Los Angeles, he's not leaving the race. And I don't think any of the others are going to leave the race either. If she runs, she may have a fight on her hands from those who believe she needs to prove herself when it comes to a very important office, not only for the state of California, but nationally.
Coney, you talk about her being a private citizen, but when you think she's born and raised in California, she is our version of political royalty here. And learning to drive, didn't she grow up with a car culture in the state of California?
Yeah, touche, Colleen. I have no doubt she knows how to drive, but she hasn't had to drive for some time now.
That's true.
Not only as vice president, but as a U.S. senator, and even before that, as a California attorney general. Yes, but it's an odd position for anybody with her background, anybody with her resume in public office. Starting as a deputy DA in Alameda County, San Francisco District Attorney, Attorney General, U.S. Senate, Vice President. It's been a string of political offices. She hasn't been in this position in many years. And it'll take certainly some getting used to. But of course, she, again, needs to focus on her next step.
The former first gentleman, Doug Emhoff, any indication that he will go back into practice?
Still unclear as to whether he goes back to being an entertainment attorney. We're assuming he will. I mean, why wouldn't he? And as you pointed out, Colleen, one of the interesting things about Kamala Harris is that was born in Oakland, served in San Francisco, and now lives down here. So she's got the width and breadth of the state behind her when it comes to, at least in her zip codes. And she has a resume the likes of which a lot of people in politics would love to have in terms of the experience. There was a guy named Ken Kashigian, who's a political consultant for Richard Nixon and for Ronald Reagan, a Republican, who wrote a column in the Wall Street Journal about Kamala Harris's future. And he said, remember, one of the problems if you were the vice president and then you run for governor the way Dick Nixon did in 1962, everybody thinks that you really want to go back to Washington. It's a placeholder position until you run again. And that's one of the concerns that she will have if she does run. If everybody, it's a tough thing. Even as a senator, you're thinking globally. You're thinking about international relations. As a governor, it's about the state. It's a much different job.
All right, Conan Nolan, we appreciate it as we wait for former Vice President Kamala Harris here to deplane. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break, but first, Melissa McGee with a check of those winds.
Yeah, Michael, as we take a live look outside, we are looking live from our Mount Wilson camera. Can't see the trees kind of blowing in the wind. We already have winds gusting in some spots up to 50 miles per hour. They're going to get stronger tonight into your Tuesday. We'll talk about it coming up with your First Alert forecast.
Get a free appetizer at Cielo when you download our app. Morongo!
A car accident can completely disrupt your life. Car repairs, lost wages, expensive medical bills. It may feel like the sky is falling. And that's when you call us. We've helped thousands of people and recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients. Call us. We're the Law Brothers.
Call 1-800-222-2222. That's 1-800-222-2222.
Always take your game to the next level.
You and your story are not lost on your God.
What it was really all about was a personal relationship with Jesus Christ.
When you don't get a miracle, you can still be one.
Our peace is to be found in a person. His name is Jesus.
You were born to do something awesome with your life.
Fear is a call to ask God to help you work through that.
It's halftime. Time to open the fridge.
I'm not sure why I'm showing you this.
The cabinets and the pantry.
Okay, and here you've got plenty of storage for snacks or expired stuff.
And show how much space you have in your kitchen. Selling your home to Open Door is so easy. You can do it during halftime.
Keep an eye on this one, Vic. Oh yeah, it's not like I'm selling the house or anything.
Get started at opendoor.com.
Why do we grill to order at Waba Grill? It's just better for you. Right now, get our Value Bowl combo for only $8.99. Waba Grill, it's for you.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica, who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
When love is in the air,
Oh, Jesus!
HR
Mutual consent form.
is always there.
I didn't know you were seeing somebody.
Who is it? Joyce. Oh. It's in there in hand. You're not allowed to grab it because that's my private area.
St. Dennis Medical, new Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
That is an insane amount of money.
It's all mine.
No.
Go! The banker's gonna play the baddest mother on this island.
Such a shady little... I could totally destroy him.
Deal or No Deal Island, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
All right, breaking news here this afternoon, a brush fire in Granada Hills. Ileana Moreno live for us in News Chapter 4. Ileana.
And this is adjacent to the northbound side of the 405 freeway at Rinaldi. It's a 3-acre brush fire that broke out here at about 4 o'clock. You see that the LA City Fire Department is already on scene with multiple hand crews, and it appears to be mostly a grass fire, vegetation type of incident here with multiple units, though, blocking the northbound side of the freeway. So this is really going to have a major impact on this northbound 405. Traffic is at a complete stop, and there's really no way to get these drivers off the roadway. So all of the people that you see here are simply stuck. If you normally do take that northbound 405 freeway, your best alternate is to take the eastbound 118 to the 5 north, and then you can reconnect northbound 5 from there. That's really the best alternate around this, because again, at this point, it's unknown how long these lanes are going to be shut down, but you can see that the fire department hard at work to put this one out. The southbound side of the 405 freeway, though, remains open. That's latest here from Granada Hills in News Chopper 4. I'm Ileana Moreno. Let's send it back down to you in the studio.
Ileana, quickly before you go, we're talking about the freeway there, but everybody can't get it out of their heads what happened the past couple of weeks here. How close are the nearest homes?
The nearest homes are actually not that close by, which is good, because they're on the opposite side of the freeway. You see those apartment complexes there. So we're good in terms of that. The side of the freeway that the fire is at is actually adjacent to the cemetery. But you can see there are some large trees there, so that's of concern as well. We do see police officers staging there in the area. And just beyond that, we do have a Holy Cross Medical Hospital to give you a better idea of where we're at. lots of homes there. But again, directly next to where the fire is taking place, it would be the cemetery on one side and the freeway on the other.
All right, Eliana Moreno live for us in News Chapter 4. About a 3-acre brush fire here in Granada Hills. Meteorologist Melissa McGee. I'm still on the weekend.
I know. We're still recovering from last week, right?
Yeah. First alert forecast.
We're tracking more wind, and the issue, even looking at that picture, is that it's so dry, and it bears repeating that. We know Santa Anas don't start fires, but if a fire was to spark, for many reasons, those Santa Ana winds will fuel those flames. So that's the issue, guys. I want to walk over this way and show you what's going on as we just take an update on the brush fire. Eliana was just talking to you about winds gusting anywhere from 17 miles per hour, relative humidity down to 17%. So it's only going to get drier as our wind and weather event continues as we go throughout the rest of tonight and into our Tuesday. So we've got wind alerts to tell you about once again. High wind warning for much of the Inland Empire, back across areas in LA County, San Gabriel Mountains, Altadena included in that, back across areas in Ventura County as well. Then we've got a wind advisory for the Antelope Valley and portions of LA County, West Covina, even Rancho Palos Verdes continued and included in that until 2 p.m. on Tuesday. The other issue is that it's really dry. Look at the relative humidity. We're down to 9%, the single digits in Van Nuys, 8% for Riverside, and down to 7% at the Sour in Temecula. So there are a couple of reasons why this wind event will likely pose a threat across much of our region. First thing is that we've been talking about it. We haven't seen any rain. Looking at the drought update for Southern California, we're anywhere from moderate to severe in terms of drought conditions. Really, LA County on east, we've got severe drought conditions across much of our region. And part of the reason why for that is that we need some rain. We talk about downtown Los Angeles, but everywhere in our viewing area, Riverside, you've only seen 0.05 of an inch of rainfall so far for our rainy year. That's a deficit of more than 3 inches. Burbank, we've got a deficit more than 5 inches. Downtown Los Angeles, just a little bit more than 1/10 of an inch of rainfall. So right now, downtown is coming in as the second driest water year on record since we started keeping records back in 1877. Here's the other reason why these winds could likely become damaging later on. Storm track is staying off to our north for much of our winter season. Jet stream kind of pulls the direction of the storms, but we've got this blocking high pressure in control, so no moisture headed our way for now. That might change by the end of the weekend to the weekend. So we continue to dip into that northeasterly wind, relative humidity anywhere from 5 to 15%. In some spots, it will be lower. So let's focus in on the wind gusts. Futurecast wind gusts showing you 8 o'clock tonight for much of Ventura County. There's a bit of a lull in the activity, but then by 11 o'clock, you can see this for much of Ventura County. We've got winds gusting over 40 miles per hour. The purple is an indication of winds anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. Then during the overnight hours, look at this for Moore Park up to 50, and the range for you anywhere from 50 to 60 miles per hour. It will continue even as we get into our Tuesday morning here. So it's a big concern as we go throughout the rest of the overnight hours into our Tuesday. In LA and Ventura counties is where we have that particularly dangerous situation. Extreme fire weather behavior is a concern if a fire were to spread. 71 degrees tomorrow for the basin, 68 for the coast, and we'll likely have these Santa Anas be with us even as we go throughout the majority of our work week here. I am tracking a pattern change, though. Look at this. Saturday and Sunday, it's going to get cooler with the threat of some showers. So thankfully, some much needed rain headed our way. We'll let you know if that materializes later on this week. The valley is in at 71. Same thing for the Inland Empire. Windy all the way through your Thursday. Then we'll cool down with the chance of some showers as we get into our Saturday and Sunday. High desert 58, 67 for the low desert. We're cooling down as we head into our weekend. High desert in the 50s, low desert in the 60s. And our mountain communities, 47 degrees tomorrow, hanging out in the 50s Wednesday and Thursday, and then we're cooling down into the 40s, even the 30s as we head into our upcoming weekend with some showers, even some mixed snowfall mixed in as well. That's your forecast. NBC4 News continues right after the break.
After a car accident, beware of insurance companies bearing small checks. You may feel pressured to settle too soon and for too little money. Choose Jacoby & Myers. We've turned low insurance offers into big settlements. Jacoby & Myers, because everyone deserves justice.
Perfect for Valentine's. Diamond studs, $69. Stackable bands, $169. 3-stone rings, $179. Half carat, $499. 1 carat, $799. And 1 carat studs, $499. Guaranteed to appraise for double. The Jewelry Exchange Tustin.
Hello, I'm Adrian Hernandez with MyHomeSold.com, and we want to buy your house cash. We save you money with no commissions, no fees, no repairs, for free, no obligation, as-is cash offer. Go to MyHomeSold.com.
Hey, man. Whoa. I'm you from the future. Our doctor figured out why the constipation with belly pain keeps coming back. It's IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess is not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Get ahead of it. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn how AbbVie and Ironwood could help you save.
These hands cook for 30 people 3 meals a day. I can't stop when I have dry hands. I trust O'Keeffe's.
It's America's #1 selling hand cream for guaranteed relief.
If it works for these hands, it'll work for yours.
Also available in O'Keeffe's for healthy feet.
Here at Living Spaces, we extend our heartfelt support to families impacted by the recent wildfires. LA is our home, and we are with you in the recovery process. To help ease the burden, we're offering a free mattress set to those who lost their homes. Just show us your FEMA or insurance paperwork, and we'll provide what you need for a good night's sleep. From our family here at Living Spaces, we hope this message finds you safe, healthy, and on the road to recovery.
It's in our very nature to seek the excitement of the unexpected, an endless yearning to experience what lies beyond the everyday.
Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel is California's #1 entertainment destination. Grab tickets for The Killers on February 18th. Catch the Lumineers on February 22nd. And country legend Reba McEntire March 20th. Details at yamava.com. Must be 21 to enter.
At Jacoby & Myers, when we get justice for you, it can make a big difference in your life. Here's what that means. Insurance offer, $100,000. Our result, $4.65 million. Jacoby & Myers, because everyone deserves justice.
Especially with the fire danger, and we have this breaking news right now. We've spotted a brush fire. This is burning near Mount Wilson right now. The tower cameras up there, as Melissa said, the strong winds could fuel some of that fire, push it along. You may remember this burned very close to Mount Wilson a couple of weeks ago, the first week of the fires up there. And Michael, there was some thought at that point that they would let that burn right up to the edge as far as they could, and then there wouldn't be an issue, would burn out some of that overgrowth up there. Which
I think their plan actually worked in this particular case. None of the transmission towers were damaged, but came fearfully close to that, as we saw. But again, we are keeping a very close eye on this brush fire near Mount Wilson. Our camera pointed in the direction of that white smoke there. And as Colleen, as you mentioned, strong winds in that area here. So we're obviously keeping a very close eye on that. This is a place where we saw firefighters really take a stand in the first week of the fires in the Eaton Canyon and Eaton Fire area in Altadena. And that's because these towers up there house so many communications, you know, radio, television, police, fire, and so much more. So they really will do their best to protect that area. Once again, this is a live picture right now from our camera high atop Mount Wilson. We've spotted another fire in that area. We're trying to get more information on it, and we will bring it to you as soon as we can. All right, former Vice President Kamala Harris just arriving in Los Angeles to tour the devastation from the Eaton fire in Altadena. This is a live look at Gordy's Garage. I believe we have that shot coming up over at the World Central Kitchen in Altadena. We don't have that live shot, but she's expected to make a stop there within the next half hour or so to help distribute food to those impacted by the fires. And looking at the timing of Altadena on their way from Burbank Airport, we expect them there within the next 15, 20 minutes tops. Are we going to go to Robert Kovacic? All right, let's go to Robert Kovacic. He's in Altadena right now, and that's where Harris is expected to arrive. As I said, Robert, within 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, that's a good window to say. You know, it's hard to know how long she's going to stay at Gordy's Garage, but you know, keep in mind this was always going to be a very difficult homecoming for Kamala Harris. Months after her defeat, and now returning home to Southern California, it gets even more difficult with the devastation we've experienced in the last 10 days. And so you see her now arriving here at Burbank Airport just after 4 o'clock this afternoon. She arrived here with her husband and deplaned and immediately got into some SUVs with Secret Service following her and on her way to Altadena. And I believe we have a live picture for you from Gordy's Garage. This is where the former vice president will participate in distributing food to the community members along with the World Food Bank. She will spend some time there, we understand, and then we are told she will come here to the fire station in Altadena, flanked by burned out homes. And this fire station is right in the center here. She will come here. We are told she will make some remarks. Don't know if she's going to take questions from us. And then, presumably, Colleen and Michael, the former vice president, will head home to Brentwood. And keep in mind, that will be, she will go from Altadena and then she will go to another fire devastated area. Brentwood was evacuated during the Palisades fire. And as we showed you live on NBC4 News this late last week, was only just repopulated. So she is able to actually return home to her once evacuated area. And that will be the first time that she is back to view whatever she can with the Palisades fire. But there are no plans, as far as we know, for her to visit the devastation further down inside of the Palisades. So for now, we wait for the former vice president to return home to Southern California to survey the damage, to meet with community members, and to meet with our heroes, members of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. We're live here in Altadena. I'm Robert Kubasik. We'll see you next hour.
All right, Robert, we appreciate it. Thank you. Coming up next, you're looking at drone footage of all the devastation caused by the Eden fire. The city official taking an up-close look here today, promising help is on the way.
Plus, backlash against the brutality, new scrutiny being leveled at the film ahead of the Oscars, and we'll tell you why. Still ahead.
And the moment in sports, not a good one. The Rams meeting the end of their season, and not how they want it. Olivia Garvey joins us with what's next at 5.
Is this your house?
Is there anything we can do to help you, sir?
When disasters swept our communities, we stood together.
Our photographer also helped you out.
Yeah.
He had one camera on one hand and a fire hose.
Going at it.
Because every decision counts.
And I see our duplex on fire.
And every moment matters. We're not just reporting the news. We're helping you through it. NBC4, here for you, every day, every night.
Del Taco's new Chipotle Chicken Burrito and Bean Rice and Cheese Burrito. Packed with flavor and fresh ingredients on Del's Real Deals menu. Wait, what? These burritos on a value menu with everything under $3? Look at Del Taco hooking us up.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. Injured, we became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
There are many dental implant centers, but only one Dr. E.
So, Linda, how did you find out about Dr. E?
I was searching the internet for dentists, and he just popped up. I gave him a call, and it made me feel very good.
Why were you looking for a dentist? What was going on in your mouth, and how did you feel?
Well, I was missing a couple of teeth in the back, and so I had gotten one of those snap-on things that would just snap over my teeth to cover them up, and I ended up having it for like 10 years. And it just kept causing more and more damage. I was very nervous going in there because I had been to many dentists locally that just never really made me feel comfortable. It was just very warm, it was very kind, and I just kind of felt like this was a natural fit.
Are you tired of hiding your teeth when you smile and laugh? Do you miss eating your favorite foods because of painful, damaged, or missing teeth? Take the first step to your new forever smile now. Call Dr. E and Implants for Life for your free, no-obligation dental implant consultation. Call now.
Fargo is your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo.
Oh, come on.
Fargo lets you do this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card. I found it. I found my card.
And also this.
Fargo, turn on my debit card.
Do you, Fargo? You can with Wells Fargo. What else can Fargo do? Quickly tell you what you spend on things like food.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries this month?
Hey, Dad, can the guy stay for dinner?
No.
Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fresh ingredients on Dell's Real Deals menu. Wait, what? These burritos on a value menu with everything under $3? Look at Del Taco hooking us up.
This was the error message millions of TikTok users received on Saturday night. The app went dark hours before its scheduled ban here in the U.S. But by Sunday afternoon, the app was back up and running.
Now, as you know, President Trump gives TikTok credit for helping him get reelected, but questions remain surrounding TikTok's future right here in the U.S.
Joining us right now is Ben Ricciardi, social media expert and brand strategist. Ben, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So we know that TikTok ban is law here in the U.S., but President Trump has promised to sign an executive order that stays that ban. Can you bring us up to speed? What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Trump has given them at least 100 or so days to have TikTok figure out if it's going to sell. I think it's most likely not going to need to even do that. I think Trump is enjoying looking like the hero and keeping TikTok alive and young people using the app.
Lawmakers and security experts all have cited concerns over TikTok's data collection practices. So if you could tell us, what security risk does TikTok pose in the United States?
Yeah, in my opinion, the risk isn't in the data. The risk is actually in their ability to affect their algorithm and serve hundreds of millions of Americans different things that they want us to see, affect us in how we think, what we choose to look at, even all the way down to now TikTok Shop is filled with items that they want us to buy. This could get very, it could be a huge risk for us all as Americans if they're serving us things that hurt how we all act towards each other or create things where we don't believe in certain parts of our government. And that, to me, is the most scary risk when it comes to TikTok.
Was there a message from Washington today? I mean, we saw TikTok's CEO in the crowd for the inauguration. Jeff Bezos was there, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg. What does it mean for the future of social media, in particular TikTok here?
I mean, I think with all of, Trump having access now to all of the heads of every social media platform, it's not just about TikTok at this point. All the platforms have the ability to manipulate the public. And that's something that we have to get under control. We got to be careful on what we expect these social platforms to be all about. And having Trump have access to all of them, I think could be scary. So we all have to keep our eyes and ears, dialed in what they're serving us and what our algorithm is showing.
All right, Ben Ricciardi, we appreciate your time here this afternoon. Thanks for the insight.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, take care. All right, right now, President Trump is signing executive orders pardoning everyone involved in the January 6th insurrection. Conan Nolan live with breaking details for us. Conan?
Yeah, he pledged to do this, and he's putting pen to paper apparently as we speak. 1,500 pardons for those involved in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, January 6th of 2021. There are 6 commutations, and that is those are individuals that were convicted. He's reducing their sentence. We are told that there are others who were convicted of January 6th. He is not at the moment touching. That is, it is the president saying that they are under review. But the vast majority, the overwhelming majority of those who were involved in the January 6th attack, once again, getting a full federal pardon from the president of the United States. There are those who are sentenced to more serious crimes. Their sentences at least 6 of them, from what we understand, being commuted, that is reduced dramatically, if not ended, and others, we are told from the White House, that are under review, that were convicted perhaps of the more violent elements to the attack on the Capitol, that have not been pardoned and not commuted, but they're under investigation, or I should say, being reviewed by the White House. This is one of scores of executive orders that the President of the United States said he was going to sign on this day. Somebody said that presidents normally have a first 100 days. He's got a first 100 hours as he's signing a number of executive orders, one involving, for example, pulling the U.S. out of the Paris climate change climate accords, others with regard to whether or not the federal government will ever use terms other than male and female on federal forms. So Mr. Trump wasting no time, but once again doing what he said he might do, which is pardoning 1,500 individuals who were somehow involved in the January 6th attack from 2021 on the U.S. Capitol, commuting the sentences of 6 others and reviewing those who have already been convicted of perhaps more violent episodes on that day. That has, in our history, one of the moments that was shocked the nation, shocked the world, and now is part of our past. Back to you.
Yeah, interesting wording today. They were referred to as the J6 hostages. Your take on that?
Well, it's George Orwell who said that everything is how you define it. And they went from being those who rioted at the Capitol or who attacked the Capitol, and then Mr. Trump and others were very capable and skillful at changing the narrative. They eventually became tourists. Remember, most of them were tourists. They were just in the Capitol taking a measure of the inside of the workings of the government. And then it started to morph into patriots. And the idea of them being rioters is, that's from 7 years ago. So, the President Trump, as well as those within his inner circle, and frankly, the broader Republican Party, have been able to change the narrative of what happened on that day to the point that they don't see them as individuals who violated the law, but rather patriots who are trying to save the nation.
All right, maybe the narrative, but not the images, that's for sure. All right, Conan, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, the issue today out here has to be the weather again. A lot of people looking at strong weather event. Melissa's going to talk about that in just a minute.
Yeah, that's right, Colleen and Michael. We've got extreme fire weather conditions for much of LA and Ventura counties tonight, right through your Tuesday. Same thing across areas just to the east of Temecula. If a fire were to spread, and to start, it would spread fairly rapidly across much of our region. We'll talk about that. Plus, the Santa Ana is on the way tonight. All coming up with your First Alert forecast.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
James, you're a veteran and household chef and student. You're an Ander. National University supports the whole you, so you can focus on what's right in front of you. National University, supporting the whole you.
When you're injured in an accident, doctor bills, hospital expenses, and loss of work without pay are a lot to handle. You need to be compensated for those losses. For over 50 years, Larry H. Parker has fought the insurance companies to recover over $2 billion in settlements for people just like you, because we believe no one should settle for less than what's right. And we only get paid when you win. Call the offices of Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
You are not just watching a performance. You are witnessing a culture reborn. Now, you'll see what the modern world has never seen. China, before communism. Live on stage, Shen Yun.
Coming to Greater Los Angeles, March 22nd through May 4th. Buy tickets now at shenyun.com.
We are Sellers Advantage.
And we want to buy your house.
Sellers Advantage has revolutionized the home selling process to get you more for your home.
If you've inherited a home, moving out of state, don't want to deal with costly repairs, or just don't enjoy the traditional sales process, Sellers Advantage has a solution for you.
Whatever your situation, let Sellers Advantage give you a fair as-is cash offer, and you pick the closing date.
Call now or visit sellersadvantage.com.
Don't worry, sell happy with Sellers Advantage.
Get more for less with Nissan's epic offering of 6 2025 models starting under $30K. Like the award-winning Sentra, the best-selling Rogue, and the all-electric Leaf. All with available Safety Shield 360. Visit your local Nissan dealer to check out the affordable lineup of Nissan vehicles today.
Now get $750 bonus cash on the 2025 Nissan Sentra, or get $1,500 customer cash on the 2025 Nissan Rogue.
Oh, Mrs. Garcia, you're a school counselor and new homeowner and grad student. You're an ANDER. National University supports the whole you, so you can focus on what matters most. National University, supporting the whole you.
Live look right now from Mount Wilson. We, of course, are monitoring that brush fire burning nearby.
We understand from our engineer there, it may be near Eaton Saddle along the trailhead there. Melissa McGee is tracking all the winds for us right now. Melissa?
Yeah, Colleen and Michael, it's really dry, so that's the problem. As these fires move into our region, they're moving into an area that isn't supporting a lot of fresh vegetation. So let's talk about the winds and the impacts. If a fire were to start, the flames spread fairly rapidly, very quickly here in Southern California. That's an issue. Delayed fire containment with some of the fires that have already burned, like the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. That will be an impact as a result of stronger winds moving to our region later on tonight into tomorrow. Down trees, possible power outages, blowing debris and ash. Not good for your health. Air quality alert is out there. 71 degrees tomorrow for the basin, 68 for the coast. Winds right through your Thursday. Then we're cooling down as we head into the weekend. Saturday and Sunday, temperatures in the 50s with the chance of some showers. Showers will be great. Rain, not good, because that could lead to mudslides in some of those fire locations. 71 tomorrow for the Valley, 71 for the Inland Empire, 58 for the high desert, 67 for the low desert. We're tracking those winds all the way through our work week. Then we'll cool it down with rain and snow for the mountains as we head into our weekend. That's your forecast. NBC4 News continues right after the break.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers. But at the core, this is a family business.
Our family watching out for your family. Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Hello, I'm Adrian Hernandez with MyHomeSold.com, and we want to buy your house cash. We'll give you a cash offer for your house today. We buy houses as is. It can be move-in ready or a complete fixer. MyHomeSold.com makes selling your house easier than ever. When you sell to MyHomeSold.com, you'll save money with no commissions, no fees, no banks, no repairs. Just go to MyHomeSold.com for a free, no obligation, as-is cash offer. That's MyHomeSold.com.
Shop Jerome's MLK Mattress event this Thursday through Monday. And rest easy with your choice of 3 amazing deals. Sleep better with up to $1,200 off famous brands like Tempur-Pedic, Heirloom, and more. Spend $9.99 on a new mattress and get 50% off our balanced adjustable base. Or make sleep more affordable with no interest financing from 12 to 60 months. This is your chance to save big at Jerome's MLK Mattress event, Thursday through Monday. Only at Jerome's.
Helping your husband manage his cholesterol, scheduling mom's physical, and making time to take care of yourself too. At Ultimed, we provide comprehensive health services under one roof, so you can spend more time caring for who matters most. Live fully and grow healthy at any age with Ultimed.
The Barnes Firm. Injury attorneys. Call 1-800-8-million.
The golden age of America begins right now.
Now at 5, President Trump takes office again. An overview of his inauguration ceremony today and the executive orders he signed on his first day.
Plus, from our nation's capital to California, former Vice President Kamala Harris is in town to meet with survivors of the Eaton fire.
Fire crews are taking steps to prepare in advance of strong winds tonight. I'll tell you what they're doing as the News at 5 starts right now.
NBC4 News at 5 starts with breaking news.
And our top story here tonight, your first alert forecast, not just strong winds in the air, but tension. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Michael Brownlee.
And I'm Colleen Williams. We're talking about winds now between 60 and 80 miles an hour in some areas. One small spark could very quickly become something much bigger. Here's a live look outside right now. Calm, you can see on some of your screens here, but we can tell you the wind is strong. We saw it as the former vice president got off the plane in Burbank. They'll be blowing between now and tomorrow night. On the top right, you can see what's left of a small fire that's burning near Mount Wilson. The engineer there tells us it may be near Eaton Saddle Trailhead.
A lot to get to here. Meteorologist Melissa McGee is here with a look at your first alert forecast. Melissa.
Yeah, Michael and Colleen, the winds will only pick up as we go throughout the rest of tonight into tomorrow morning. I want to talk about some of the winds and the peak gusts we've seen so far. Magic Mountain Truck Trail, 88 miles per hour. Banning having a gust up to 65 miles per hour. Rancho Cucamonga and at 61, 56 in Ontario, and Porter Ranch clocking in at 53 miles per hour. The peak of the wind arriving tonight, and it will continue as we go throughout the overnight hours. So we've got the red flag warning because of those Santa Anas, but also because it's so dry at the surface. So a red flag warning up for much of our region. LA and the basin wind sheltered, but San Gabriel Mountains included in this red flag warning. And within the red flag warning terminology, we're all becoming all too familiar with the particularly dangerous situation for much of LA and Ventura counties once again. This will stay up until 10 a.m. on Tuesday. So we'll talk about the reason why this is a concern. It is dry. It's going to get drier as we go throughout the rest of the overnight hours into Tuesday. Look at the relative humidity. We're down to the single digits, down to 2% in Temecula and down to 7% there in Pomona. So that northeasterly wind really dries out the atmosphere. And if a fire were to spark, it will spread fairly quickly because of the Santa Ana. So we'll talk about what we can expect. The winds are peaking tonight right through 10 a.m. on Tuesday. The coast and the valleys anywhere from 50 to 70 miles per hour in terms of those winds. The mountains 60 to 80 miles per hour. Once the winds pick up, the humidity drops. So if a fire starts, erratic fire behavior is a big concern. We'll talk about the details. We'll time it out for you coming up with your first alert forecast. Colleen, back over to you.
All right, Melissa, thank you. Now, as the winds pick back up, several crews are beefing up their staffing in some of those fire-prone areas. You can see how quickly it happens. This is actually video from Griffith Park earlier today about 1:30, where a brush fire was very quickly contained. That's the good news. NBC4's Alex Rozier joins us live from the Palisades Fire Command Post, where crews are ready to go. Alex?
Colleen, there are already more than 5,000 firefighters out here battling the Palisades fire, but right now, several crews have pre-deployed to fire-prone areas, so they are ready to respond quick if a new fire takes off tonight.
Small brush fire here just south of the Griffith Observatory.
Today, firefighters quickly put out this small fire in Griffith Park, close to the observatory and several homes. And with even stronger winds expected tonight, LAFD Captain Eric Scott said they are preparing for more.
So we have additional firefighters and fire engines that are going out into areas that are prone to having wildfires. That allows us to hit them hard and fast. We also have additional 911 call takers, helicopter pilots.
Scott said people who live in hilly areas with windy roads should know parking restrictions will be enforced.
So when we order an evacuation and you have a large SUV trying to come out with multiple vehicles behind and a big red fire engine coming in, we could have choke points, and we don't want that.
Fire crews want the public to prepare.
You should already have proper brush clearance for the defensible space and thinking about hardening your home. When the winds come, it's not just the flame front that takes out a house, it's the ember cast that could go a mile in front of the flames. And if it lands on your property, could it burn something?
This is what the PCH looks like at Will Rogers.
This weekend, Captain Scott shared this video on X that shows the conditions firefighters faced when the Palisades fire took off. Tonight, Santa Ana winds aren't expected to be as strong as they were then, but they will be significant.
It's serious enough that we are taking a lot of action to be prepared, and we want the public to do the same.
Fire leaders were talking a lot today about what they call the Ready, Set, Go program. And right now they want you to be in the set mode so that you are set to go if smoke or fire comes into your neighborhood. Reporting live tonight, I'm Alex Rozier, NBC4 News.
All right, Alex, thank you for that. Know how strong the winds are in your neighborhood at any time. If you haven't already, now's a good time to download our NBCLA app. And when the winds calm down, you will be the first to know.
I want to give you a live look right now from my camera here in Altadena. That's where the nonprofit organization World Central Kitchen, they've set up a food distribution center at Gordy's Garage. Now, right now, former Vice President Kamala Harris is making an appearance here with her husband. We're told she'll be handing out food to those impacted by the Eaton fire.
After that, Kamala Harris is set to visit a nearby LA County fire station to thank some of those firefighters there for their efforts. NBC4's Robert Kovacic is live in Altadena. He will join us in just a few minutes at 5:30.
All right, history being made in D.C. today as Donald Trump is signing new executive orders as the nation's 47th president. He was sworn in today at his inauguration, and he's kicked off his second term fulfilling his campaign promises.
NBC4's Conan Nolan live in the newsroom now with more on the president's message to the country. Conan.
Colleen, he is once again the president and commander-in-chief. Donald Trump is not wasting any time. We have pictures to show you of him signing scores of executive orders. Among them, he wants to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. He has also signed a full pardon for about 1,500 people convicted of crimes in connection with the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, that, of course, from 2021. He has signed executive orders declaring a national emergency at the U.S.-Mexican border. He's signed an executive order banning diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the federal government, and he is reclaiming ownership of the Panama Canal.
The Honorable Donald John Trump.
Impeached twice, found guilty of 34 felonies, defeated 4 years ago, and nearly killed by an assassin's bullet. Donald J. Trump today completed the most remarkable political comeback in U.S. history, taking the oath in the nation's 60th presidential inauguration and the peaceful transfer of power.
So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
What followed was less of a speech about unity than it was a recitation of promises from his campaign, including condemnations of the administration of the man sitting behind him, the 46th President Joe Biden.
The radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair.
He declared an energy emergency.
We will drill, baby, drill.
And an emergency at the southern border.
Returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came.
At one point, Mr. Trump spoke of the government's response to natural disasters, making particular mention of the devastating fires in Southern California.
Where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense.
In fact, both fires are mostly contained, thanks to the work of thousands of firefighters from across the West.
They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now, They don't have a home any longer.
It is unclear of whom the president was speaking. Attending was Apple's Tim Cook, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, and Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, as well as Elon Musk, are believed to have property in Southern California, but there's no indication any of it burned. Later, the president appeared at the inaugural parade held at the city's Capital One Arena due to the bitter cold temperatures outside. This as President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris left for California. She to her home in Brentwood, stopping first to thank emergency responders at the Eaton fire in Altadena. He to Santa Ynez Valley in Santa Barbara County, to the home of a family friend.
For the honor of my life to serve as your president.
The end of one era and the resurrection of another. The 45th president, now the 47th.
President Trump says he will visit Southern California later this week to personally inspect the damage from the Eaton and Palisades fires. Among his executive orders that we were talking about, one that withdraws the United States from the Paris Climate Accord Treaty. I'm Conan Nolan, NBC4 News. Back to you.
All right, Conan, thank you. Still to come, you're looking at drone footage of all the devastation caused by the Eaton fire. The elected official taking an up-close tour today and promising help is on the way.
Also, backlash against The Brutalist. New scrutiny being leveled at the film ahead of the Oscars for its use of AI. You're watching the NBC4 News at 5.
Kimberly Akimbo is the winner of 5 Tony Awards, including Best Musical. And now it's coming to Segerstrom Center for the Arts in Costa Mesa, January 21st through February 2nd. Tickets at scfta.org.
The fires affecting Southern California communities have been devastating. We understand the losses you may have experienced. If you have suffered property loss or severe damage, call now. Our experienced attorneys are helping wildfire victims in recovering their losses and will fight to ensure that you are fairly compensated by insurance and those responsible. With team members that have been personally affected by these tragic fires, we know what you are going through. You will pay nothing up front and only if we win recovery for your loss. Call 1-800-FIRA-120.
How can you know which mattress provides exactly the right level of support for you?
You can't, but Sit and Sleep's exclusive bed match technology can by analyzing your unique shape and size. So get custom fitted with bed match only at Sit and Sleep.
2-carat $11.90, 1-carat band $6.99, 5-carat lab diamonds $39.90. Guaranteed the lowest price. The Jewelry Exchange, Tustin.
We've secured windows with sensors. And as you can see, we've installed high-def cameras to spot any threats. Our agents review live footage to eliminate the possibility of any false alarms. And with the tap, you can lock all entrances. And unlock them as well. So why don't we finish this up outside, huh?
I told myself all I want for Christmas is my 2 front teeth. At Dental Implants GPS, I went for it.
What's the last year been like for you?
Awesome.
GPS is a full arch specialty center.
God bless GPS. I wouldn't be here without them. It's opened up my whole world. The whole process was not even a month.
If your dental implant care is important to you, I believe GPS should be your first choice, and definitely your second opinion.
I owe everything to GPS. They've really helped me in a way I can never thank them.
Call today.
Cold and clear. This is your Big Bear Mountain Resort Snow Report. Get ready for another week of clear skies and cold temps, which means more lifts and trails on the way. Thanks to our all-star snowmaking teams with base depths of 12 to 48 inches and machine groom conditions on all open trails at Snow Valley, Snow Summit, and Bear Mountain. This weekend, check out Ski California Safety Day at Snow Summit on Saturday to learn more about staying safe on the slopes and a chance to win some Safety Day prizes. Or send it under the stars during night sessions at Snow Valley and Snow Summit on Friday and Saturday from 3 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. For more information on snow conditions and upcoming events, go to BigBearMountainResort.com.
Kimberly Akimbo is the winner of 5 Tony Awards, including Best Musical. And now it's coming to Segerstrom Center for the Arts in Costa Mesa, January 21st through February 2nd. Tickets at scfta.org.
Now to the latest on our wildfires. High winds here today have prompted a red flag warning for areas already affected by the fire. Fire crews are on alert, especially near the Eaton fire, which is 87% contained. Take a look at this new drone video shows the devastation already in Altadena. Meanwhile, the Palisades fire is 59% contained. High winds will be a major concern for both the Palisades and Altadena areas.
As more neighbors are being allowed back into the burn areas of the Eaton Fire area, LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger walked one of the hardest hit areas just off Altadena Drive and Lake.
NBC4's McCullough Medina was with her. He's live in Altadena with more for us. Mac.
Well, Michael, Colleen, Supervisor Barger started right here at what used to be a hair salon and a music store. You can see a car is burned out. The building is a shell of what it used to be. It's one of dozens of businesses and homes destroyed by the fire. The supervisor vowing victims will get the help they need to rebuild.
It's heartbreaking.
From just about every direction we walked, devastation.
This is like nothing that I've ever seen.
LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger walking down Lake Avenue. She represents Altadena and thousands of neighbors now picking up the pieces.
I am so sorry. I am so sorry.
The Wongs lost their home and their car in the fire.
I was here since 2015.
Wow.
Yeah. And
wow.
we were planning on staying here till retirement.
Barger not only feels the pain of her neighbors, but carries the weight of the long rebuilding journey ahead.
I'm laser focused on getting the debris removal, getting my constituents to feel that we are moving toward a road of recovery.
Drone video from the area gives us a better sense of the challenges they will face. Home after home gone, businesses destroyed, and a community demanding help and answers from Barger and the County Board of Supervisors.
My goal is to streamline it. We've talked about streamlining after fires and getting rid of the bureaucracy, but now we've got to do it.
Unlike LA, there is no chief recovery officer for the affected areas of the Eaton fire. Barger is pledging to implement lessons learned from other fire recovery efforts and cut the red tape.
The buck stops with me.
She hopes people will safely get back on their feet as soon as possible, especially those in marginalized communities. But she knows it's a long road ahead.
It's going to be a long road to hoe. I mean, there's no question about it. But I have hope that we will get it done. No, I have confidence we will. I expect nothing less.
She expects nothing less, although the wind is something she is worried about right now as it continues to pick up here in the Altadena area. She does say she sees the light at the end of the tunnel, and she wants residents to know that she will be fighting for them every step of the way. We're live in Altadena. I'm McCullough Medina, NBC4 News.
All right, Mac, thank you for that. That wind that Mac was talking about, that's a great concern for a lot of people today. Looking live from News Chopper 4, this is over downtown L.A. Our meteorologist, Melissa McGee, is here now with more on the winds. And are we at the peak yet?
Not yet. The peak will arrive later on tonight. So there's a bit of a lull that will take place this evening. And then once we get into 10, 11 o'clock tonight, they'll start to pick up during the overnight hours. So heightened concern once again. I want to show you what's going on in terms of the wind alerts. We've got a high wind warning. That's for areas in the Inland Empire, up across areas in the San Gabriel Mountains, back across LA and Ventura counties. Then you can see for areas in Lancaster, the Antelope Valley, you're underneath a wind advisory. Same thing across areas for portions of LA County, down across areas in West Covina, even Rancho Palos Verdes. So we're calling for winds in some spots anywhere from 50 to 70 miles per hour for the coast and the valleys. The mountains anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour. In some spots, isolated could be stronger than that. Here's the other problem. It is so dry. For the past 2 weeks, we've been dealing with Santa Ana. So we've been dealing with these northeasterly winds racing through the mountains, coming through the canyons and passes, and drying out the atmosphere. So this is going to be a very dry, windy event that we're tracking. Look at the current relative humidity, down to 8% for Santa Ana and just 11% there in Santa Clarita. So once those winds whip on in, the humidity drops even more. The other issue is that we need rain desperately. Any drop in the bucket is much needed. Riverside, if you look at what we've seen so far for our water year, less than 1/10 of an inch of rain. Burbank, we've got a deficit of more than 5 inches. Downtown Los Angeles, we've only seen a little bit more than 1/10 of an inch of rainfall. So we've got a deficit close to 6 inches. And so far for our rainy year, this is coming in as the second driest since we've been keeping records back in 1877. The other issue is so far for our winter season, the storm track has been all off to our north. And typically when we talk about the jet stream, storms ride the jet stream and they move in and out of our region. But we have this ridge of high pressure that's blocking any storms from moving into our region, so they get shunted off to the north. And for us, we've got area of high pressure off across the Pacific. We've got this trough of low pressure out across the Great Basin, so it lowers the humidity, and those Santa Ana winds get funneled in from the north and east all the way down to the south and west. So we'll talk about the futurecast wind gusts across our region. There's a lull this evening, but then by about 10, 11 o'clock, you notice for areas in Ventura County, the purple, that's an indication of winds anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. Santa Susana Mountains, if you look at that light purple, that's winds anywhere from 50 to 60 miles per hour, and they will continue even as we get into the overnight hours and into your Tuesday morning. So the wind impacts with this. If a fire starts, it will spread fairly quickly because of the Santa Anas. Another concern is that we've got delayed containment efforts with the Palisades and Eaton fire. Down trees, power outages is a big concern, and blowing debris and blowing ash from some of our most recent fires is not good to inhale or ingest. So a health concern as well. Here's your forecast tomorrow for the basin. Tomorrow, 71 degrees, 68 for the coast. The winds will likely be a factor right through your Thursday, but then a really welcome pattern change as we head into our weekend. Saturday and Sunday cooler with the chance of some showers. Temperatures only in the 50s, and we could use that rain. 71 degrees tomorrow for the valleys, the IE, and at 71. We're tracking those winds likely continuing into your Thursday, and then we're cooling down into the 60s as we head into our Friday and Saturday with a chance of showers. High deserts tomorrow, 58. Upper 60s for the low desert as we head into our Tuesday. And then the mountains, 47 degrees tomorrow. We'll cool it down as we head into our weekend with some rain and some snow in the mix. How about that? That's your forecast. Sports is up next. Hey, Olivia.
Hey, Melissa, thank you. So coming up next, brace yourselves. We take a look at last night's Rams game and the path for the team moving forward. That's coming up.
We look a privileged and well-behaved lot. Unfortunately, it didn't quite turn out like that.
Car, when I purchased it, the dealership checked from top to bottom, bumper to bumper. I know it's guaranteed. Besides the typical Toyota reliability, the value is there. It holds its value. You know, that's impressive.
Now get a low APR on a reliable Toyota certified used vehicle. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
We are Seller's Advantage.
And we want to buy your house.
We have revolutionized the home selling process, offering solutions for every situation.
No hassles, no fees or commissions, and no repairs. Leave what you want, and we take care of the rest.
Call now or visit sellersadvantage.com.
Here at Living Spaces, we extend our heartfelt support to families impacted by the recent wildfires. LA is our home, and we are with you in the recovery process. To help ease the burden, we're offering a free mattress set to those who lost their homes. Just show us your FEMA or insurance paperwork, and we'll provide what you need for a good night's sleep. From our family here at Living Spaces, we hope this message finds you safe, healthy, and on the road to recovery.
The motto of Larry H. Parker has always been, we'll fight for you. We want to make sure we're available for any of our clients' needs. It's about each individual making sure they understand that someone's in their corner pushing and fighting to help them and to get them back to where they were beforehand.
Man, I need some serious help with this health insurance stuff.
Check out Covered California. It's a free service from the state that helps you get health insurance. Millions of people have used it.
Wait, for real?
Mm-hmm. They even offer financial help to lower the cost.
No, how you know about all this?
That's how I got my insurance. I got a great plan for about $10 a month.
Okay, I see you.
If you've got questions, Covered California can help every step of the way. Enroll by January 31st. Covered California, this way to health insurance.
Earthquake, January 25th. Get tickets now. Morongo!
We're heartbroken. This is just like seeing our home go down, our memories, our neighborhood, our city. Everything's burnt to the ground. We're just hurting, especially not just us, everybody else that lost their home.
this fire is impacting truly everyone.
But right now, we're getting a glimmer of hope.
With a grassroots volunteer effort.
People helping people. And this is the most beautiful example of that happening.
Everybody wants to help in some way.
Well, the Rams' Cinderella season has officially come to an end. There were a few moments that doomed the Rams in yesterday's 6-point playoff loss to the Eagles. We're going to go over it. The very first play of the snowy final quarter. Look at that. Running back Kyren Williams fumbled in a 1-point game. You can't do that. The Eagles recovered and converted that into 3 points. And a few minutes later, same thing with Matthew Stafford. Had the ball knocked away, and the Eagles recovered it. This one might have been a bigger deal because without that fumble right here and the ensuing 3 points from Philly, it could have been a 3-point game at the end. The Rams were in field goal position when their chances ran out, and that final chance went nowhere. When Stafford's 4th down pass sailed out of bounds, the Rams had started to become a rallying cry for a city in so much pain. So the abrupt end to their Cinderella story was especially tough for head coach Sean McVay.
I think I'm up here pretty shocked because I know a lot of people didn't believe we could come in here, but we had the full expectation to come in here, and I don't think anybody ever really expected the end of the season to be right now, and the finality of it is tough for me to swallow because of the love and appreciation that I have for this group.
Yeah, classy move by their coach, but that's to be expected by McVay, greeting everyone as they walked in to that locker room. So what's next? Well, the biggest question this offseason is what's Matthew Stafford's plan? The quarterback got his team into position to try and win it. He does that a lot, but he's getting older with each year, and the question marks around his longevity surfaced. In the moments immediately after the game, he was asked what his future looks like.
You know, as far as my future goes, I mean, it's 30 minutes after the last game, so I'll take some time to think about it, but I feel like I was playing some pretty good ball.
You got football left in you?
Sure feels like it.
Yeah, he's like, guys, give me time here. Stafford has 2 years remaining on his contract, but in football, the team can decide to cut him loose or trade him away, but it doesn't sound like the team has any interest in those two options.
Everybody in this locker room, we believe in number 9 with every inch of our being, and it's a great feeling going out there knowing that your quarterback is willing to put it all on the line, and he's capable of making plays anytime that it's asked of him. And yeah, we have all trust in number 9.
He represents so many things that are right about what this team became, especially for a city that's hurting and going through some different stuff. I think he epitomizes a lot of the stuff that's right at him in terms of toughness, resilience, ability to overcome adversity. He's a total freaking stud. And I thought he was outstanding tonight. I'm sure damn proud of Matthew Stafford.
They believe in number 9. Sounds like a vote of confidence if you ask me. So here's the bottom line. The Rams started this season 1-4. They were left for dead to come back, make the playoffs, and win a playoff game in a relocated natural site due to the wildfires. That's pretty impressive. They exceeded expectations this season, and Stafford is a big reason why. Top-tier quarterbacks are nearly impossible to come by. The Rams have one, so they might as well ride that horse till they can't ride it anymore.
Interesting way to put it.
Yeah, yeah, and you know what? He's been having this team's back all season long. You know, when you think they're not going to do it, number 9 just strolls in and says, you know, hold my stuff, I got you.
You just wrote the best press release for the Rams and Matthew Stafford.
I really love Matthew Stafford. Like, I really need him to stay, and I think his teammates agree. And Cooper Kupp talked about his future with the Rams, and we're going to talk about that at 6.
He's only 36. He's a young buck. All right.
He's young.
Appreciate it. Thanks. All right, still to come, a day of giving back. We're going to show you how thousands of people supported their community here on this Martin Luther King Jr. holiday.
And we are live in Altadena, where former Vice President Kamala Harris is headed to meet with people and crews impacted by the Eden fire.
Start your year off right at Jerome's New Year's clearance event, going on now.
Give up to 50% off of Jerry's already low prices, like this sofa with our patent dream seating for just $399, or get 2 recliners for just $188.
Going on now.
These are just some of the big results we've gotten for our clients. Call us. We're the Law Brothers.
Call now or visit lawbrothers.com.
And as you can see, we've installed high-def cameras to spot any threats. Our agents review live footage to eliminate the possibility of any false alarms.
He's very good.
Eight Jaguars, 4 weeks at Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. 2 lucky Club Serrano members will win a Jaguar every Thursday in January. Play all month to earn entries. Not a member? Join for free today. Only at Yamava Resort and Casino, your California to Vegas connection. Details at yamava.com.
There are many dental implant centers, but only one Dr. E.
So Frank, would you recommend Dr. E to your family and friends? And what would you say about Dr. E?
Without reservations, I recommend him to anybody. If it can be done, he can do it, guaranteed. Because of my issues, just the normal all-on-4 would not work on me. So he immediately jumped into how can I do this for this guy? And so he worked out a game plan and even a backup plan.
Would you have gotten these implants sooner had you known how easy it was?
Yes. And years ago, I would have saved myself years of suffering if I had known. Instead of going to temporary solutions or partials, I would have gotten a permanent solution. I would have been living a better life years ago.
Are you tired of hiding your teeth when you smile and laugh? Do you miss eating your favorite foods because of painful, damaged, or missing teeth? Take the first step to your new forever smile now. Call Dr. E and Implants for Life for your free, no-obligation dental implant consultation. Call now.
Hello, I'm Adrian Hernandez with MyHomeSold.com, and we want to buy your house cash. We'll give you a cash offer for your house today. We buy houses as is. It can be move-in ready or a complete fixer. MyHomeSold.com makes selling your house easier than ever. When you sell to MyHomeSold.com, you'll save money with no commissions, no fees, no banks, no repairs. Just go to MyHomeSold.com for a free, no-obligation, as-is cash offer. That's MyHomeSold.com.
Start your year off right at Jerome's New Year's clearance event, going on now.
Give up to 50% off of Jerry's already low prices, like this Queen Joe memory foam mattress for just $398, or get 2 recliners for just $188.
Going on now.
Coverage continues. Bone dry conditions and strong winds making for a vulnerable situation all across Southern California.
Our meteorologist Melissa McGee is here now. She's been tracking those strong winds and the first alert forecast. Melissa.
Yeah, Colleen and Michael, some of the winds already close to 88 miles per hour, well off to our north, and still gusty at this hour. Santa Clarita close to 50 miles per hour. We've got a gust in Ontario close to 40 miles per hour and up to 31 miles per hour there in Lancaster. We talked about LA and Ventura counties last half hour. Let's focus in on Orange County and the IE. Later on tonight, look at this for Hemet. During the overnight hours, a gust up to 56 miles per hour. But if you look at the shading here, the light purple, that's an indication of winds anywhere from 50 to 60 miles per hour. In isolated spots, they will be stronger than that. Once we get into 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the PDS, the particularly dangerous situation, which, by the way, this is the 5th time the National Weather Service has issued this type of language, that comes down as we get into tomorrow morning, and then the winds slowly subside after that. Air quality, however, is a big concern because once those Santa Anas move on through, it drops the humidity and it blows the debris and the ash around from some of our most recent fires, the Eaton and the Palisades fires. So monitoring air conditions as we go throughout the rest of the night and the air quality as well. That's the very latest, guys. I'll send it back over your way.
All right, Melissa, thank you. Former Vice President Kamala Harris is in Altadena right now. She just visited a food distribution center set up for victims of the Eaton fire.
She is now headed to a nearby LA County fire station to thank some of those firefighters, those first responders who've been on the front lines of the LA wildfires. NBC4's Robert Kovacic live in Altadena with more on that. Robert?
The Secret Service is about to move me out of the way, Colleen and Michael, but this is the situation right here. She will be greeted by LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney when she arrives. And Eddie, just zoom right over here. You're going to see that the former vice president is now set to arrive with her husband here. And as we look at the arrival, we can tell you that she touched down in Burbank about after 4 o'clock this afternoon, and then away over the Gordon Garage World Food Bank, distributing food to community members. She will come here and she will step out of this motorcade, and she will be greeted by Los Angeles County Fire Chief, who, by the way, just told me that they believe that they're going to be handling these winds tonight, that they are well staffed and they're feeling confident going into the wind. So former Vice President Kamala Harris is not only arriving to a Southern California devastated by wildfires over the last 13 days, but she's also going to be arriving and she will be experiencing these Santa Ana winds because they are starting to pick up here in Altadena. The plans are for her to be here. When she leaves here, then she is going to return home to Brentwood, the area that was evacuated from the Palisades Fire. And there's the right.
Yes, yes. So this is engineer character. I did come up here.
Introduced to
Very nice. Absolutely. Firefighter for us.
Okay, we see the former Vice President Kamala Harris, also a resident of LA whose home was under mandatory evacuation orders. The former First Gentleman, Doug Emhoff, with her right now, personally thanking some of these firefighters who've been on the front lines. Michael, when you think about it, it's 2 weeks now almost.
Yeah, 2 long weeks and a lot of unknowns here when it comes not only to the wildfires, but of course those Santa Ana winds. These firefighters being kept on their toes. Not only firefighters locally calling, but we're talking about firefighters brought in from all across the country.
You're absolutely right. At one point, there were 15,000 plus firefighters on both the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire. And of course, we had a number of other smaller fires during that 2-week period. Command posts set up in the Palisades, but as well at the Rose Bowl. I remember driving by there. It was like almost like a small city with tents and kitchens and sleeping quarters and showers for these firefighters who've been working around the clock.
And you talk about, and we've spoken about this numerous times during our live coverage, and that is, you know, unfortunately, tragedy brings out the best in people. We saw the best in people come out from community to community, whether you were directly affected by the fires or indirectly. So Kamala Harris here visiting with firefighters as she makes her way to visit some of the destruction there in Altadena.
Also, I believe that may be a sheriff's deputy just off on the right-hand side. If I'm reading the uniform correctly, it looks green, maybe a deputy. They've been doing a lot of work as well in the past couple of weeks.
All right, folks, we're going to move on here. An ambitious agenda as President Donald Trump and the executive orders he signed, well, they're generating a whole lot of reaction tonight.
Joining us right now to break it all down is Jessica Levinson, law professor at Loyola Marymount University. Jessica, thanks so much for joining us tonight. You may have seen this within the past hour. The president issued 1,500 pardons and commuted the sentences for at least 6 people. Part of his campaign promise. He's reviewing more. What's your view of all of that?
Well, what we're seeing is when the Constitution granted presidents broad pardon power, that presidents can use this. We haven't seen this in the past, and I think we're going to say that, frankly, a number of times over the next 4 years, where we see a chief executive who wants to expand the power of that position. I think we're going to see it in all of the executive orders that we'll likely get a moment to talk about tonight, in the pardons, in all the places where the Constitution gives the president the power to act alone or in concert with the legislative branch. So frankly, I think the pardon power was intended as a fail-safe where there had been some miscarriage of justice and where the president is kind of the last stop to say, no, we need to either grant some sort of clemency or a pardon. We could have a political debate about whether or not it was envisioned for this particular set of circumstances.
The president has moved to change the government's policies on gender and diversity, which he promised to do on the campaign trail. What do you make of all this?
So I think we're going to see President Trump, and we've already seen it today, move very quickly with big, bold executive actions to make good on those campaign promises. Obviously, when it comes to saying there will only be 2 genders in the United States, we know that part of that is just policy. Part of that is just, this is what I want. And inauguration speeches are partly aspirational, and part of it could have legal consequences. So we need to look at things like Title IX, which prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex in workplaces that receive funding. We need to look at federal funding. We need to look at Title VII, and we need to look at whether or not the president has the power to say that we cannot recognize transgender people and transgender rights. Let's remember there was a recent Supreme Court case, 2020, the Bostock decision, where the court found that discrimination on the basis of gender identity is the equivalent of discrimination on the basis of sex.
Jessica, this was day one. Day one. Is there any indication what may be next? People in large cities very concerned about ICE raids and that whole issue of deportation and immigration.
I think there's no indication that there will be a slowdown when it comes to immigration. That was at the very forefront, as you know, of this inauguration speech, where he said, I'm declaring a national emergency, and it's going to allow me to do all these things. With respect to people's concerns, one thing I want to, of course, emphasize is that you cannot executive order your way out of legislation or the Constitution. So when it comes to all of these big, bold actions, the president talked about using the Alien Enemies Act. The president talked about reinstituting Remain in Mexico. In all these situations, we need to look at the legislation that would give him the power to do so, and frankly, look at the reality that as soon as the executive orders were ready to go, lawsuits will be ready to go as well. So many of these actions, frankly, will be tied up in court, I think, at least for the short term. And as Colleen mentioned, this is day one. Jessica, we appreciate your time here tonight. Thanks for being with us. Take care. Still ahead here at 5, services for survivors free of charge. The salon that's offering some relief to those impacted by the Eaton fire.
Farmer Boy's $9.99 Big Cheese Box sounds delicious. Farmer Boy's, farm food ain't fast food.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. From the Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand. Right now, you can get a $369 per month lease on a 2025 CR-V two-wheel drive sport hybrid.
Experienced. If you have suffered property loss or severe damage, call now. Our experienced attorneys are helping wildfire victims in recovering their losses and will fight to ensure that you are fairly compensated by insurance and those responsible. With team members that have been personally affected by these tragic fires, we know what you are going through. You will pay nothing up front and only if we win recovery for your loss. Call 1-800-FIRE-120.
Right now at Mathis Home, buy one La-Z-Boy recliner, get the second one free. That's right, buy one recliner, get the matching recliner absolutely free. Recliner pairs start at just $7.99. It's your chance to save on the handcrafted quality and comfort that La-Z-Boy is famous for. And get 2 great chairs for one low price. They're all in stock now with easy financing and fast free delivery. Buy one, get one free on La-Z-Boy recliners, only at Mathis Home.
It was absolutely amazingly divine.
I thought I was going to heaven.
Breathtaking. It is absolutely stunning.
I feel better about the world. I feel uplifted.
I have never seen a production any better than this, anywhere.
This has just been therapy for the soul.
It's a must-see. Must-see.
Make sure you see it. Make sure you see it.
Coming to Greater Los Angeles, March 22nd through May 4th. Shenyun.com.
At Ultimed, we take care of you so you can spend more time doing what you love. With all the health services you need under one roof. Our priority is to help you and your family live fully and grow healthy at any age.
Our deliciously sweet center roll French toast platter is back. Farmer Boys, farm food ain't fast food.
Today may be a day off from school or work, but it's also a day when so many people commit to a day of service. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and thousands of people are spending the day doing just that.
NBC4's Hetty Chang live for us in Garden Grove, where one of dozens of volunteer events happened today. Hetty.
Hey, Colleen and Michael, the volunteering event here at the OC Food Bank, it wrapped up this afternoon, and so now we're getting a really good idea of just how much work was done here. Take a look at this. More than 1,000 volunteers. They packed up more than 11,000 boxes of food. It's all going out to families in need beginning tomorrow, and Orange County is not the only community who showed up to serve today. At the Orange County Food Bank, families like the Westmorelands are manning the assembly lines.
This is making green beans and putting it in a bag to give to the homeless.
9-year-old Raleigh is learning all about sorting fresh vegetables, but the lesson here today reaches far beyond that.
We are volunteering on behalf of Martin Luther King Day to celebrate his legacy and to teach our children about giving back. And they teach our children about service.
From Orange County,
cereal, rice, soup,
where tens of thousands of boxes of food will go to feed families in need, to a day of service at the LA Coliseum.
Dr. King had a vision of a beloved community.
And in West Adams, where mountains of donated clothes will go to displaced families from the wildfires. On this Martin Luther King Jr. Day, thousands all across Southern California are commemorating Dr. King's life, one he dedicated to the service of others.
As we celebrate Martin Luther King's legacy, our organization wouldn't even be around if it wasn't for his advocacy during the civil rights movement. So today is really about honoring his legacy, honoring his work, honoring his advocacy on a war on poverty.
This is really uplifting, especially at this point in time where we kind of, we really do need to come together. We really do need to work together. And we all today have a common goal because, we all want to help LA right now.
This day may be a day off from school, but it is a day on for compassion and community.
Look at all the people behind you. We have people of all ages, all races, all religions, all political bents, everybody here just because we're all people.
People helping people.
An important day in history, and we need to, I think about the entire community and think about much more than ourselves. So just being able to help other people is, that's what this day is all about.
For this generation and beyond.
This is our village, right? And so they see what we do and they emulate. And so we want to be good examples for our children. So when they grow up, this is just a part of their normal and daily life of giving back to their community.
Passing it on.
Passing it on. It's a legacy.
Yeah, the boxes just go on and on here. We met so many wonderful families today who say they had such a meaningful time today. They want to make giving back to the community a family tradition every MLK Day. We're live in Garden Grove tonight. Hetty Chang, NBC4 News.
All right, Hetty, thank you. New at 5, just days before the Oscar race kicks off, new controversy for the film The Brutalist. Now, the movie follows an architect who survives World War II and rebuilds his life in America. Now, the controversy began when the film's editor admitted they used AI to enhance the Hungarian accents of the lead actors. The director of The Brutalist says the actors' performances are completely their own. AI, as you know, was a major sticking point of the 2023 Hollywood strike, with actors fearing their work would be replaced by AI.
All right, taking you outside, live look at the flag here at our home, Universal. Winds, as you can see, kicking up around here, strong in some areas as well. Melissa's back right now with more on what we can expect for the next 24 hours.
And we'll start to see another peak overnight tonight and even as we get into our Tuesday. So we'll talk about those details. I want to show you what's going on as we're looking once again. Live look outside at downtown Los Angeles here on this Monday. The trees are likely blowing in the wind and the wind will get stronger later on tonight. The basin right now coming in at 59 degrees. But let's check in on some of those areas for LA and Ventura counties where we have this PDS, this particularly dangerous situation for the rest of tonight, right through 10 a.m. on Tuesday. 5th time, by the way, National Weather Service has issued that this season. So for Ventura, overnight tonight, we'll have those winds anywhere from 30 to about 35 miles per hour. Santa Clarita valleys, you'll have those winds anywhere from 40 to 45 miles per hour. But remember, for the coast and the valleys, winds anywhere from 50 to 70 miles per hour. The mountains in some spots anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour. San Bernardino Bernardino Mountains, the red, that's an indication of winds gusting anywhere from about 60 to 70 miles per hour. For our wind-sheltered spots tonight, we've got freeze warnings to talk about. Lancaster, the Antelope Valley, in some spots you'll have temperatures below freezing, below 32 degrees, anywhere from about 15 to 20 degrees. I'm tracking a much-needed pattern change on the way. Long-range futurecast showing you the potential of a trough of low pressure moving through as we head into our weekend, with the chance of some showers as we head into our weekend. Showers are great. We don't want a soaking rain, because if we get a lot of rain in a short amount of time, that could lead to mudslides, especially where we have some of those burn scar areas. So a little bit at a time would be much needed as we head into our weekend. Winds will likely be a factor to tomorrow right through your Thursday. Then as we get into our Saturday and Sunday, we're cooling it down only into the 50s for the basin and the coast. For the valleys tomorrow, 71, same thing for the Inland Empire. We've got the windy icon on the forecast right through your Thursday here. Then we'll cool it down as we head into our Saturday and Sunday with a chance of those showers. High desert tomorrow, 58, 67 for the low desert. The low desert then after tomorrow hanging out in the 70s, 40s and 50s on the way for the mountains, then the 30s and 40s with rain and snow mix as we head into our weekend. That's your forecast. NBC4 News continues right after the break.
When love is in the air,
oh, Jesus!
HR
Mutual consent form
is always there.
I didn't know you were seeing somebody. Who is it? Joyce. Oh. It's in there, and you're not allowed to grab it because that's my private area.
St. Dennis Medical, new Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
That is an insane amount of money.
It's all mine. No.
Go!
The banker's gonna play the baddest mother on this island.
Such a shady little... I could totally destroy him.
Deal or No Deal Island, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
Clean water is essential to look and feel your best. And nothing filters harsh, smelly chemicals out of all the water in your home like the LifeSource water system. Taste and feel clean water for life. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Everyone move out!
We look a privileged and well-behaved lot. Unfortunately, it didn't quite turn out like that.
What's the last year been like for you?
Awesome.
GPS is a full arch specialty center.
God bless GPS. I wouldn't be here without them. It's opened up my whole world. The whole process was not even a month.
If your dental implant care is important to you, I believe GPS should be your first choice, and definitely your second opinion.
I owe everything to GPS. They've really helped me in a way I can never thank them.
Call today.
How can you know which mattress provides exactly the right level of support for you?
You can't, but Sit and Sleep's exclusive BedMatch technology can. BedMatch measures your height, weight, your shoulders, waist, and hips. Then, BedMatch recommends the level of support you need and which mattresses are right for you. During our New Year, New You sale, save up to $1,000 on select brands and get 0% financing for 24 months.
Sit and Sleep will beat anyone's advertised price, or your mattress is free!
Facing a changing world, discover the frogs and 12,000 sea creatures like the otters, the jellies, and the penguins.
Aquarium of the Pacific.
Clean water is essential to look and feel your best. And nothing filters harsh, smelly chemicals out of all the water in your home like the LifeSource water system. Taste and feel clean water for life. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here.
Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Well, dozens of women who lost everything in the Eden fire got a special treat here today.
They got their hair done for free, courtesy of a local hair salon. NBC4's Christian Caceres has the story now from Glendale.
It is therapeutic. I'm like, seeing so many smiling faces around you, it brings your energy up.
The beauty salon is where Kylie Green says she goes to forget all her worries. But after her family lost their home in the recent wildfires, she says keeping her head up was hard until she saw the Extended Beauty Bar Salon was offering complimentary sessions.
I would tell them thank you from the bottom of my heart, because This is really a traumatic time for a lot of us in the city. But doing little things like this is going to help us get out of our depression and our trauma.
We go in and out of these emotions. Like, sometimes you're just so grateful to be here, but then other times it's like, dang, we really lost everything.
Jasmine Hobdy runs the beauty salon on Colorado in Glendale. Her family, she says, lost both their homes in Altadena in the fire. But as she tries to make sense of it all, Hobby wanted to give back to her community the only way she knew how.
Everyone who was affected during these hard times, we're giving back by doing free services. I mean, that's a big reason to why I am a hairstylist and why I did start my business, is because I actually love uplifting others. Like, yes, I do hair and it makes people feel good, but during that time, we're communicating about life.
One by one, women and even young girls came into the salon on Monday, looking for a break from their reality. Some were quiet while they were pampered. Others let their feelings out.
I've also been hugging my clients because I think hug therapy is important, and it's the least, it's all I can really do, but it's something.
After the session, many say the best treatment they received was a boost in spirit to keep pushing forward after surviving one of the worst fires in Southern California.
Having the city, rally around us and be here has been amazing. And I just want to tell them thank you, thank you, thank you. We really appreciate it.
In Glendale, Christian Cáceres, NBC4 News.
Coming up next on the NBC4 News at 6, former Vice President Kamala Harris is back home in Los Angeles for a visit to Altadena here tonight in the wake of the devastating wildfires.
Plus, under arrest, a man now in custody in connection with this small brush fire in Griffith Park this afternoon. Our camera was there as police caught up with him.
And it's been nearly 2 weeks since the Palisades fire ignited, but today some families are finally able to shut down their homes and neighborhoods. It's all new at 6.
Here at Living Spaces, we extend our heartfelt support to families impacted by the recent wildfires. LA is our home, and we are with you in the recovery process. To help ease the burden, we're offering a free mattress set to those who lost their homes. Just show us your FEMA or insurance paperwork, and we'll provide what you need for a good night's sleep. From our family here at Living Spaces, we hope this message finds you safe, healthy, and on the road to recovery.
Why do we grill to order at Waba Grill? It's just better for you. Right now, get our Value Bowl combo for only $8.99. Waba Grill, it's for you.
Hello, I'm Adrian Hernandez with MyHomeSold.com, and we want to buy your house cash. We save you money with no commissions, no fees, no repairs, for free, no obligation, as is cash offer. Go to MyHomeSold.com.
Do winter your way at Big Bear Mountain Resort, where 2024-25 season passes are on sale now for a limited time. Get above it all and experience peak alpine adventure with 3 mountains offering Southern California's best snow conditions, most rideable terrain, largest learning areas, and the all-new stick-seat midway lift. Get the access you want this winter with plenty of exclusive pass holder perks for the lowest price of the season. Save up to $100 when you buy before December 2nd. Big Bear Mountain Resort. Choose your own adventure.
There are many dental implant centers, but only one Dr. E.
So Frank, would you recommend Dr. E to your family and friends? And what would you say about Dr. E?
Without reservations, I recommend him to anybody. If it can be done, he can do it. Guaranteed.
Would you have gotten these implants sooner?
Yes, and years ago. I would have saved myself years of suffering. I would have gotten a permanent solution. I would have been living a better life years ago.
Call Dr. E and Implants for Life for your free, no-obligation dental implant consultation.
The fires affecting Southern California communities have been devastating. If you have suffered property loss or severe damage, call now. Our experienced attorneys are helping wildfire victims in recovering their losses. Call 1-800-FIRE-120.
And as you can see, we've installed high-def cameras to spot any threats. Our agents review live footage to eliminate the possibility of any false alarms. He's very good.
Right now at 6, the extreme fire risk returns as dangerous winds once again impact Southern California. Our first alert weather team is tracking the changes.
Plus, Kamala Harris back home in Los Angeles, her visit to thank firefighters in person, and her face-to-face meetings with victims of the Eaton fire.
And it's Inauguration Day. President Trump wasting no time getting started on fulfilling his campaign promises. More on the pardons of the January 6th defendants.
NBC4 News at 6 starts with breaking news.
And so we begin tonight at 6 with the weather. Another round of dangerous winds impacting Southern California. Good evening once again, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. Those Santa Ana winds are once again picking up, leading to extreme fire danger. Now, fire crews, they're not taking any chances here, beefing up their staffing as the winds pick up. Take a look. This is video from Rancho Cucamonga. It shows crews at the ready if help is needed.
Meteorologist Melissa McGee is here now with more in the first alert forecast. Melissa, as we move into the evening, what are we expecting?
We're going to expect the winds to pick up in terms of intensity. Colleen and Michael, look at some of the current gusts across our region. Santa Clarita, 49 miles per hour. Riverside in the IE, we've got a gust up to 35 miles per hour. So the coast and the valleys, you'll have winds anywhere from 50 to 70 miles per hour. Some of our mountain communities will likely have winds during the overnight hours into our Tuesday, anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour. Some spots even stronger, even higher than that. So we've got the Santa Ana winds on the way. It's really dry at the surface, so a red flag warning is up for much of our region until 2 p.m. on Tuesday. Add on top of that, we have what we now know as a particularly dangerous situation. This is the most extreme weather alert the National Weather Service can issue. It's really rare, and we've already had it 5 times for our winter season, so it's really concentrated out across areas in LA and Ventura counties. Let's talk about the wind and the impacts as a result of the wind, what you will likely see when you step outside. If we get a fire, the flames will likely spread quickly because of the strength of the Santa Anas and delayed fire containment efforts with the Palisades and the Eaton fire. Down trees, possible power outages is a big concern. We've got blowing debris, blowing ash because of our most recent fires, which if you inhale that, if you ingest that, it's certainly harmful to your health. So we'll talk about the details and talk about these winds. We'll time it out for you coming up with your first alert forecast. Michael, back over to you.
All right, Melissa, thank you. Several crews are beefing up their staffing in fire-prone areas. Our team coverage continues with NBC4's Alex Rozier live from the Palisades Fire Command Post with details. Alex.
Michael, there are already more than 5,000 firefighters out here battling the Palisades fire, but right now several crews have been pre-deployed to fire-prone areas, so they are ready to respond quick if a new fire takes off tonight.
Small brush fire here just south of the Griffith Observatory.
Today, firefighters quickly put out this small fire in Griffith Park, close to the observatory and several homes. And with even stronger winds expected tonight, LAFD Captain Eric Scott said they are preparing for more.
So we have additional firefighters and fire engines that are going out into areas that are prone to having wildfires. That allows us to hit them hard and fast. We also have additional 911 call takers, helicopter pilots.
Scott said people who live in hilly areas with windy roads should know parking restrictions will be enforced.
So when we order an evacuation and you have a large SUV trying to come out with multiple vehicles behind and a big red fire engine coming in, we could have choke points, and we don't want that.
Fire crews want the public to prepare.
You should already have proper brush clearance for the defensible space and thinking about hardening your home. When the winds come, it's not just the flame front that takes out a house, it's the ember cast that could go a mile in front of the flames. And if it lands on your property, could it burn something?
Tonight's winds aren't expected to be as strong as they were on January 7th when the Palisades and Eaton fires started, but they will be significant.
It's serious enough that we are taking a lot of action to be prepared, and we want the public to do the same.
Captain Scott talks a lot today about the ready, set, go mentality. He wants the public to be in the set mode tonight so that you are all set to go if smoke or flames come into your neighborhood. Reporting live, I'm Alex Rozier, NBC4 News.
It is Inauguration Day in Washington, D.C., and Donald Trump is officially the nation's 47th president.
President Trump kicked off his second term by fulfilling his campaign promises and signing executive orders. NBC4's Conan Nolan is here now with more on the president's message to the country. Conan.
That's right. He's once again the president and commander-in-chief, and Donald Trump is not wasting any time, signing scores of executive orders, including just a few moments ago, a sweeping pardon of 1,500 January 6 defendants.
Impeached twice, found guilty of 34 felonies, defeated 4 years ago, and nearly killed by an assassin's bullet. Donald J. Trump today completed the most remarkable political comeback in U.S. history.
So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
What followed was less of a speech about unity than it was a recitation of promises from his campaign. He declared an energy emergency.
We will drill, baby, drill.
And an emergency at the southern border.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted.
At one point, Mr. Trump spoke of the government's response to natural disasters, making particular mention of the devastating fires in Southern California.
Where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense.
In fact, both fires are mostly contained, thanks to the work of thousands of firefighters from across the West.
Even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer.
It is unclear of whom the president was speaking. Attending was Apple's Tim Cook, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, and Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, as well as Elon Musk, are believed to have property in Southern California, but there's no indication any of it burned. Later, the president appeared at the inaugural parade held at the city's Capital One Arena due to the bitter cold temperatures outside. This as President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris left for California. She to her home in Brentwood, stopping first to thank emergency responders at the Eaton fire in Altadena. He to Santa Ynez Valley in Santa Barbara County, to the home of a family friend.
We're leaving office. We're not leaving the fight.
The end of one era and the resurrection of another. The 45th president, now the 47th.
President Trump says he will visit Southern California later this week to personally inspect the damage from the Eaton and Palisades fires. Among his executive orders signed today, a withdrawal of the U.S. from the Paris Climate Accord Treaty, and also that sweeping pardon of everybody involved in the January 6th. We understand that he sent a message to the U.S. Bureau of Prisons saying anybody who is incarcerated now needs to be out by the end of tonight. That's pretty sweeping.
Yes.
Conan, do we know what's coming next? A lot of people in some of the larger cities are very concerned about what ICE may do this week.
Well, he talked in his inaugural address about how millions of undocumented immigrants will be sent back to the country of their origin who are criminals. Well, there aren't millions who are criminals. And so that opens the question, does he mean anybody who may have entered the country illegally? Does that make them a criminal in the eyes of the Trump administration? So yeah, we're thinking Chicago's going to be the first sweep. It's still unclear as to when and where that's going to take place.
All right, Conan Nolan, appreciate it. Thank you. And coming up next on the NBC Nightly News, continuing coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump. They'll take a look at his historic second term and his plans for the first 100 days. You can catch that at 6:30, followed by the NBC4 News at 7.
Meantime, as we've been showing you, former Vice President Kamala Harris is in Altadena tonight, hours after President Trump's inauguration. She is there helping to hand out food to fire victims. Less than an hour ago at Gordy's Garage, she was there. We're going to go to Robert Kovacic right now, who's at the LA County Fire Station in that area as well, where Harris visited firefighters and thanked them for their efforts protecting the community over the past couple of weeks. Robert.
And where she has just left, Colleen, listen, it's Inauguration Day. This was going to be a difficult day for former Vice President Kamala Harris, but the last 2 weeks just made it even more difficult. And so when she stepped off of the plane and after she stopped at Gordy's Garage, she arrived here to this fire station in Altadena, at the heart of Altadena, flanked by burned out homes. And as we showed you live on the NBC4 News at 5:30 today, and we can show you right now, you see her arriving and thanking members of this fire station. Here as well was the chief of the Los Angeles County Fire Department, Anthony Maroney. And then Harris turned to the cameras, and this is what she told us.
It was really important to us before we went home, and we are some of the lucky ones. Our home is still standing. We wanted to come out, and in particular to this extraordinary community, and just let people know that we see them and that they are cared for. And as I said to these courageous and extraordinary firefighters, you know, moments of crisis really do reveal the heroes among us. We went and visited Rural Central Kitchen. I mean, the volunteers who are there, some of them who lost their own homes, are there doing the work of taking care of perfect strangers who, in the face of that stranger, they see a neighbor. These are folks who understand the strength and the value of community, which is everyone coming together with a shared sense of purpose and identity as a community of people. And I wanted to come by, most importantly, to thank them, those who have volunteered and have brought people together and have sacrificed so much, and our firefighters. And I mentioned to these firefighters the fact that California firefighters, time and time again, prove themselves to be the best.
So when the former vice president and her husband, Doug Emhoff, left Washington, D.C., they boarded a plane, they landed at Burbank, they went straight to Gordy's Garage, and with World Central Kitchen distributed food to members of this community, as well as thanking the volunteers there before arriving here at Fire Station 12. Colleen and Michael, now keep in mind that when she left here, the former vice president, that is what she is called right now, the former vice president got into her motorcade, there's Secret Service as well, and then she headed home to Brentwood, an area that was just recently repopulated last week that we showed you live on NBC4 after that area was evacuated during the Palisades fire. That area of Brentwood was spared from any damage, and Harris confirmed, as you heard there, no damage to her home. No one tried to break in, and that is where she will return this evening. Now, I did ask her, are there plans for you to actually tour the fire-devastated areas, Altadena and the Palisades? We'll have her answer for you when we see you tonight at 7. For now, we're live here in Altadena. I'm Robert Kovacik. Let's go back to you.
All right, Robert, thank you. We'll see you then. Meantime, coming up next here at 6, more people returning to the hardest hit areas of the Eaton fire. We're live once again in Altadena with more on the destruction there as neighbors pick up the pieces of what's left.
Always take your game to the next level.
You and your story are not lost on your God.
What it was really all about was a personal relationship with Jesus Christ.
When you don't get a miracle, you can still be one.
Our peace is to be found in a person. His name is Jesus.
You were born to do something awesome with your life.
Fear is a call to ask God to help you work through that.
I had health insurance before. So expensive.
I mean, I'm helping my mama. I don't have that kind of cash.
I know, but you can get financial help now through Covered California. It's totally affordable. You'd be surprised. They've got this calculator thing that shows how much you'll pay.
For real?
Yeah. What are you doing not having health insurance, man?
Hey, I know.
Here, let me show you.
We all have questions. Covered California has answers and can find a health plan that's right for you. Covered California, this way to health insurance.
We are Seller's Advantage.
And we want to buy your house.
We have revolutionized the home selling process, making it simple and worry-free.
Let us help you solve your home selling situation, whatever it is. Get a fair as-is cash offer today.
Visit SellersAdvantage.com.
How can you know which mattress provides exactly the right level of support for you?
You can't, but Sit & Sleep's exclusive bed match technology can by analyzing your unique shape and size. So get custom fitted with bed match only at Sit & Sleep.
Girl who was stabbed to death in Azusa last month. Azusa High School cheerleader Angela Gonzalez was laid to rest today in Glendora. Dozens of friends and family gathered to remember her and to say their goodbyes. She was killed just weeks before her 18th birthday. The suspect, her ex-boyfriend, now facing murder charges. The motive under investigation.
The LAPD arrested a man in connection to this small brush fire in Griffith Park earlier today. News Sharp 4 capturing shots of the fire and smoke below the observatory just before 1:30 this afternoon. Burned about a quarter of an acre. Fire was quickly put out. Police arrested a man nearby in connection with that fire. In honor of Martin Luther King Jr. Day, hundreds of people came out to the OC Food Bank in Garden Grove to spend the day just giving back to the community. These volunteers here put in a lot of work on this annual day of service. They sorted out thousands of boxes of food for families in need. Volunteers say the holiday is a day for compassion and community.
We are volunteering on behalf of Martin Luther King Day to celebrate his legacy and to teach our children about giving back and to teach our children about service.
And we need to, I think about the entire community and think about much more than ourselves. So just being able to help other people is, that's what this day is all about.
And the families who volunteered today say they're coming back next year to give back again.
I just know it's standing and it's torched, and that's all I know from a picture.
Still ahead at 6, as containment lines grow, more residents are being allowed to return to their homes to see what remains. An update on where things stand tonight for the Palisades fire.
You're way shorter than I thought you'd be. There's a shirtless selfie of me by the dumbbells. Here I am. I do air drumming. I'm a competitive air drummer.
Oh, wow.
By the way, I forgot my wallet at home, so sugar mama.
Will you excuse me?
The new Hyundai Tucson with advanced tech and safety features. There's joy in every journey. Lease a Hyundai Tucson for only $259 a month or get 1.99% APR, plus up to $1,000 SoCal wildfire relief.
I told myself all I want for Christmas is my 2 front teeth. At Dental Implants GPS, I went for it. November the 23rd.
What's the last year been like for you?
Awesome.
GPS is a full arch specialty center. We've helped over 20,000 patients right here and all across the country. They chose us because they trust us.
God bless GPS. I wouldn't be here without them. It's opened up my whole world. The whole process was not even a month. It's been amazing.
You have many choices when it comes to full mouth dental implants. If your dental implant care is important to you, I believe GPS should be your first choice and definitely your second opinion.
I owe everything to GPS. They've really helped me in a way I can never thank them.
Just take that step, take that chance.
Get a new smile this new year from the specialist team, trusted by 9 out of 10 local dentists and 20,000 patients. Call 800-954-3900 or visit dentalimplantsgps.com.
Do winter your way at Big Bear Mountain Resort, where 2024-25 season passes are on sale now for a limited time. Get above it all and experience peak alpine adventure with 3 mountains offering Southern California's best snow conditions, most rideable terrain, largest learning areas, and the all-new stick-seat midway lift. Get the access you want this winter with plenty of exclusive pass holder perks for the lowest price of the season. Save up to $100 when you buy before December 2nd. Big Bear Mountain Resort. Choose your own adventure.
The flames may be out, but the story is far from over. NBC4 investigates the aftermath of the devastating wildfires.
I've never experienced such an emotional pain in my life.
Families facing fraud, red tape, and broken promises. Critical mistakes revealed. And through it all, a story of heroes and resilience. NBC4 is digging deeper, asking tough questions, and holding leaders accountable. Stay with us right here, because recovery isn't the end. It's just the beginning. NBC4U.
As more and more neighbors are being allowed back into the burn area of the Eaton fire, LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger walked one of the hardest hit areas just off Altadena all the way to Lake. NBC4's McCullough Medina was there with her. He's live tonight in Altadena with more. Mac?
Oh, Colleen, the supervisor started right here where there used to be a record store and also a hair salon. You can see it is a shell of a building right now. There are dozens of businesses and homes like this that have been devastated by the fire. The supervisor is vowing that victims will get the help they need.
it's heartbreaking.
From just about every direction we walked, devastation.
This is like nothing that I've ever seen.
LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger walking down Lake Avenue. She represents Altadena and thousands of neighbors now picking up the pieces.
I am so sorry. I am so sorry.
The Wongs lost their home and their car in the fire.
I was here since 2015.
Wow.
Yeah. And
wow.
we were planning on staying here till retirement.
Barger not only feels the pain of her neighbors, but carries the weight of the long rebuilding journey ahead.
I'm laser focused on getting the debris removal, getting my constituents to feel that we are moving toward a road of recovery.
Drone video from the area gives us a better sense of the challenges they will face. Home after home gone, businesses destroyed, and the community demanding help and answers from Barger and the County Board of Supervisors.
My goal is to streamline it. We've talked about streamlining after fires and getting rid of the bureaucracy, but now we've got to do it.
Unlike LA, there is no chief recovery officer for the affected areas of the Eaton fire. Barger is pledging to implement lessons learned from other fire recovery efforts and cut the red tape.
The buck stops with me.
She hopes people will safely get back on their feet as soon as possible, especially those in marginalized communities. But she knows it's a long road ahead.
It's going to be a long road to hoe. I mean, there's no question about it. But I have hope that we will get it done. No, I have confidence we will. I expect nothing less.
The supervisor says she does see a light at the end of the tunnel, and she wants residents to know she will be there fighting for them every step of the way. In Altadena, I'm Mikhail Medina, NBC4 News.
All right, Mac, thank you. It's been nearly 2 weeks since the Palisades fire broke out. Thousands are still evacuated out of their homes, but today, some families were finally able to check on their houses and neighborhoods. This is specifically for those living in the Highlands area of Pacific Palisades. A reminder to anyone going back into those neighborhoods with checkpoints, you will need proof of residency.
All right, taking you outside right now. This is a live look from our home here at Universal City. You can look at the flag there. You can tell it is windy out there. Our meteorologist, Melissa McGee, is here now with more on the dangerous winds.
Yeah, it's windy and it's so dry, so that's going to be the issue. But as we press forward into the next 7 days, we do have a change in the weather pattern. So we'll talk about those details too. I want to show you once again as we're looking at our camera live at Universal, and you can see the wind kind of ebbing and flowing with the wind. We'll see a burst from time to time as we go throughout the rest of tonight. But here's part of the problem. The relative humidity, we're down into the low teens and the single digits. So as the wind really ramps up here in Southern California, the humidity will continue to drop. We're down to 11% in Temecula, down to 9% for Long Beach, and 8% there in Van Nuys. So part of the reason why it's so dry is that, one, we've had Santa Anas for at least 2 weeks. So that northeasterly wind continues to dry out the atmosphere, and we've not seen any measurable rainfall here in Southern California. So looking at the drought monitor for LA and Ventura counties, we're anywhere from moderate to severe in terms of drought conditions. Much of Orange County and the IE also dealing with severe drought conditions. So we need more rain. Any drop in the bucket will help. Riverside, you've seen less than 1/10 of an inch of rain. Burbank, so far for our water year, which starts October 1st, you've got a deficit of more than 5 inches. Downtown Los Angeles, we've talked about it. You've seen a little bit more than 1/10 of an inch of rain. And so far for the basin, this is coming in as the second driest water year on record since we've been keeping records all the way back in 1877. Let's talk about the winds and the wind gusts because it's dry. We've got those Santa Anas, no rain all the way, at least for the next 5 days. That will likely change as we head into the weekend. But for the rest of tonight, as we talk about what's currently up ahead, these strong winds peaking during the overnight hours. The purples, that's an indication of winds anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour as we go throughout the overnight hours. And again, we're concentrating in across areas in LA and Ventura counties where we've got this particularly dangerous situation. The light purple, that's winds anywhere from 50 to 60 miles per hour. And same thing as we wake up on our Tuesday morning. The winds will start to subside as we get into our Tuesday afternoon. Let's talk about the Santa Anas on the way. They're peaking tonight right through 10 a.m. on Tuesday. The coast and the valleys, winds anywhere from 50 to 70 miles per hour. The mountains higher than that in some spots. The winds ramp up, the humidity drops. So if a fire starts, erratic fire behavior is a big concern. But I want to show you the precipitation outlook as we head into our weekend. Look at this, Southern California right on the edge of above normal precipitation as we head into our weekend. So long-range futurecast showing you the change that I was alluding to. A trough of low pressure moves in as we head into our Saturday night into Sunday. Much welcome rain on the way. I would more likely token this as showers. We don't need a soaking rain, but some showers moving in from time to time is a great thing. If we get a lot of rain in a short amount of time, this could lead to mudslides where we have some of those burn scars. So we'll keep you posted. 71 for your high temperature tomorrow for the basin, 68 for the coast. Will likely stay windy right through your Thursday, then much cooler with the chance of those showers as we head into our weekend. Saturday and Sunday numbers only in the 50s. 70s on the way for the valley. Same thing for the IE. So we're windy through Thursday. We're cooling down with showers on the way as we head into our weekend. 58 tomorrow for the high desert, 67 for the low desert. And the mountains, we're tracking those winds for you all the way through your Thursday. That's your forecast. NBC4 News continues right after the break.
Today, the priority is you. Getting that cholesterol under control. Getting the mammogram done. Taking your kid to the dentist for a checkup. For us, you are the priority as well. At Ultimed, we provide comprehensive health services under one roof, so you can spend more time doing what you love. Live fully and grow healthy at any age with Ultimed.
Grammy, Academy, and Golden Globe award-winning superstar, Mary J. Blige, live in concert. The For My Fans Tour. Mary J. Blige, live at Yamava Theater, March 3rd. Get tickets now at YamavaTheater.com or at the casino box office. The iconic Mary J. Blige for one night only.
The fires affecting Southern California communities have been devastating. If you have suffered property loss or severe damage, call now. Our experienced attorneys are helping wildfire victims in recovering their losses. Call 1-800-FIRE-120.
We've secured windows with sensors. And as you can see, we've installed high-def cameras to spot any threats. Our agents review live footage to eliminate the possibility of any false alarms. And with the tap, you can lock all entrances. And unlock them as well. So why don't we finish this up outside, huh?
Here at Living Spaces, we extend our heartfelt support to families impacted by the recent wildfires. LA is our home, and we are with you in the recovery process. To help ease the burden, we're offering a free mattress set to those who lost their homes. Just show us your FEMA or insurance paperwork, and we'll provide what you need for a good night's sleep. From our family here at Living Spaces, we hope this message finds you safe, healthy, and on the road to recovery.
This is the NBC4 Sports Desk with Olivia Garvey.
Well, the Rams really did have a great run this season, but it came to an end yesterday in Philadelphia. So where do they go from here? Well, we got two big question marks going into the offseason. The first one, what is Matthew Stafford's plan? He's still under contract, but every offseason, it's the same old song. Is he too old? Can he still lead this team? Well, we saw he could this season. Should the Rams look elsewhere? Stafford was asked about it right after yesterday's loss.
You know, as far as my future goes, I mean, it's 30 minutes after the last game, so I'll take some time to think about it, but I feel like I was playing some pretty good ball.
You got football left in you?
Sure feels like it.
I think we agree with that. Similar spot for one of Stafford's top receivers, Cooper Kupp. 2 years left on his deal, but Kupp's production suffered due to injuries this season. Rams will take a $30 million cap hit for him next year, so the choices likely come down to restructuring his deal or thanking him for his services. Here's what Kupp had to say just a couple hours ago.
I don't have any clarity on what that's going to look like or anything like that. So, yeah, obviously would love to be in LA, but I don't know what what that's going to look like.
But you want to play next year?
Do I want to play next year? Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's no doubt in my mind. I want to play football. I feel like I've got a lot of good football left in me. So, no, I definitely will be playing. I will be playing football next year.
Let him make that clear. He will be on the field next year. The Rams have some big decisions to make this offseason. All right, it was a special day on the court. UCLA, top women's team in the nation. They're balling out, playing against Baylor in the Coretta Scott King Classic in New Jersey today. Big day for Lauren Betts, the junior from Colorado, becoming a household name. You can't stop her. 24 points, 9 rebounds, and a school record 9 blocked shots. Not hard to see why the Bruins are unbeaten this year, 18-0 after beating Baylor 72-57. And finally, last night in snowy 20-degree Philadelphia, Mario Solis was out there with the Rams doing live reports for us after the game. And it's worth showing you this just one more time. Let's head to Mario Solis, who is out there in Philly. Mario, oh my gosh, you're looking really cold, my guy. How are you? I'm sorry.
I knew you were going to laugh at me. You know how much I hate cold weather, but hey.
We're all laughing.
You look great. You look great.
They love us so much, they already turned off the lights. As you can see, we're now in pitch black conditions and with snow blowing super hard. So we'll see you in just a few minutes. Oh, there they are. Thank you out there. We appreciate it. We're not even done yet. All right, Olivia, let's go back to you.
He was a champ out there with all the snow. Thank you so much for your live reports. I'm just glad I didn't get that assignment this time.
This was the NBC4 Sports Desk with Olivia Garvey.
Nightly News is next.
Tonight, our special coverage from Washington, the inauguration of Donald Trump as the 47th President of the United States. The historic day at our nation's capital, Donald Trump taking the oath of office for a second time. His address to the nation vowing to usher in a golden age of America. Before a crowd of supporters, the new president signing multiple sweeping executive orders. His plans for border security, gender, and rolling back climate change initiatives. Today's ceremony moved inside for the first time in 40 years due to the brutal cold. Mr. Trump capping off unprecedented political comeback after 2 impeachments, 34 felony convictions, and 2 assassination attempts. And the moment earlier at the White House, the 2 former rivals coming together, even as President Trump vows to undo Joe Biden's legacy. Our full coverage from Washington. And late tonight, President Trump announcing he will issue pardons for the January 6 rioters. And Joe Biden, in his final moments in office, issuing several last-minute pardons of his own. The reaction tonight. Also tonight, the dangerous cold gripping much of the nation and the rare winter storm on the move tonight in the South. Our special edition of Nightly News begins now.
This is NBC Nightly News. The inauguration of President Donald Trump. Reporting from Washington, D.C., here is Lester Holt.
Good evening and welcome on this day marking a turning point in America. Tonight, Donald J. Trump has become the 47th President of the United States, appearing just a short time ago at the presidential parade. Seated at a desk in front of some 20,000 supporters, Mr. Trump signed a sweeping set of executive orders, a rebuke to his predecessor, who he helped usher onto Nighthawk 46 earlier in the afternoon. Earlier, the peaceful transfer of power, the culmination of Mr. Trump's extraordinary political comeback. After defeating Kamala Harris and overcoming a range of legal obstacles that so dominated his years out of office. The inauguration in the House Rotunda bringing together both former presidents and prominently tech titans, occupying an informal but prominent role in the new administration. The same Capitol that was the scene of the violent attack by his supporters 4 years ago. After his swearing in, Mr. Trump declaring that America's decline, as he put it, is over, and painting a dark picture of the government and the country. The Bidens then departing by plane, symbolizing the end of an era, and Donald Trump's stunning return to the pinnacle of power. Tonight, just hours into his new term, President Trump delivering on some of the dramatic changes he promised. At a desk at his massive post-inauguration rally, signing multiple executive orders, what he's calling a, quote, revolution of common sense.
We won every swing state by a lot, and now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe.
And in an emotional moment, the president greeting the families of Israeli and American hostages held by Hamas.
Now the work begins. We have to bring them home.
While earlier, some critics going after Elon Musk for this salute while thanking supporters.
Thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you.
All of it happening after that moment steeped in tradition, the swearing in of a new commander-in-chief.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
But from the ceremony pushed indoors by the bitterly cold weather to a presidential rally combined with the inaugural parade. Today was a unique celebration of a historic political comeback, Donald Trump's election as the 47th president, 4 years after leaving the White House as the 45th. It kicked off early this morning. Vice President Harris, defeated in the election just 2 months ago, welcoming Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. Then President-elect Trump arriving with his wife Melania. Welcome home. President Biden telling him welcome home. The incoming and outgoing first couple standing for the traditional photo op. Inside the Capitol, dignitaries arrive, along with the leaders of top tech companies, past presidents too. While back at the White House, two men who have an intense war of words together inside that limo for the ride to the Capitol.
The President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
Then, for the first time in decades, a swearing-in ceremony indoors. First up, the first millennial vice president.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
Then, 4 years after his election loss, when he faced fierce bipartisan criticism for his actions on January 6th, after running against two Democratic opponents and surviving 2 assassination attempts, Trump taking the oath for the second time.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Melania Trump holding 2 Bibles, but the president-elect appeared not to place his hand on them, which is not required. In his speech, President Trump saying he'll take on what he called a corrupt establishment.
The golden age of America begins right now.
With a blistering critique of his predecessor, who he did not mention by name.
My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over.
And referencing his dramatic path back to the presidency.
Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
Oh, beautiful.
Carrie Underwood then singing a cappella after what appeared to be a technical glitch with her music track. And that historic moment in front of the Capitol. Now former President Biden, 6 months after dropping his own re-election run, exiting Washington, ending a 50-year political career.
You're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to.
President Trump then going inside the Capitol, where he criticized Biden for issuing preemptive pardons in the final minutes of his term, including for more members of his family.
I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today. He said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow.
As he greeted supporters in the spillover crowd.
I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay?
And almost immediately, President Trump began to undo some of the policies of the Biden administration with a sweeping set of executive orders setting the tone for an aggressive first 100 days in office. Garrett Haake has more.
There are dramatic changes President Trump promised during the campaign.
With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense.
Signing a slew of executive orders on day one, including on border security, after more than 10 million illegal border crossings in the last 4 years. Trump reversing Biden-era immigration policies and declaring a national emergency at the border, where he vowed to send troops.
I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions.
The president also declaring a national energy emergency, which would expand his authority to encourage domestic oil and gas production already at record highs.
We will drill, baby, drill.
The president also seeking to rewrite the nation's maps.
We are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
And again threatening a showdown with Panama, vowing to take back the Panama Canal.
We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
Today, Panama's president saying, quote, the canal is and will remain Panama's. Trump also reorienting how the federal government recognizes gender.
It will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
With many of these orders expected to be challenged in courts and Congress likely months from passing supporting legislation, the practical impact of Trump's moves today could be limited. How much different will people feel tomorrow based on what the president signs today?
Well, I think you're going to see a lot of it having teeth on it. Remember, this is a president that's been here, done the job before.
And Garrett joining us now. Garrett, there's some campaign promises that were not included in the executive orders.
Well, Lester, the president announced nothing specific today on tariffs, which had been a major campaign pledge. And meanwhile, tonight, the Senate just confirmed his first cabinet secretary. Marco Rubio will be Secretary of State, confirmed unanimously tonight, 99-0. Lester?
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you. And 10 of the executive orders announced today involve immigration, a cornerstone of President Trump's political identity. Gabe Gutierrez with that story.
Tonight, President Trump taking sweeping action on immigration.
And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
In those executive orders, Trump declaring a national emergency at the U.S.-Mexico border, reinstating the Remain in Mexico policy, which requires asylum seekers to wait outside the U.S. while their cases are processed, designating drug cartels, foreign terrorist organizations, and trying to end birthright citizenship, though that's expected to be fiercely challenged in court. The 14th Amendment says anyone born in the U.S. is a citizen.
We will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came.
The Trump administration has promised major immigration enforcement operations soon. Possible targets: Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Los Angeles, Denver, and Chicago.
We're doing everything we can to explore every single option to continue to protect our community members that are vulnerable right now.
Pastor Tanya Lozano Washington just canceled in-person Spanish services at her Chicago church, often attended by undocumented immigrants.
Why did you make that decision?
Well, I think people are scared right now.
Still, even some moderate Democrats like Alderman Raymond Lopez say they support deporting migrants with criminal records.
If we can deal with those individuals that commit crimes in a very specific way and keeps other people safe, that's what we should be doing.
Tonight, these new policies already having an impact. This asylum seeker in Juarez, Mexico, breaking down when her initial screening appointment was canceled. The new Trump team immediately shut down the phone app that had scheduled her appointment. Now thousands of migrants like her are in limbo. Lester?
All right, Gabe, thank you. As you just heard, before the inauguration, President Biden issued a series of preemptive pardons. Peter Alexander joining us now from the White House. Peter, President Trump is expected to issue some pardons of his own.
Lester, President Trump late tonight signing pardons for what he said was roughly 1,500 January 6th Capitol rioters. It comes as President Biden's last actions in office focused on pardoning several high-profile names. From outgoing President Biden, what amounts to a protective shield for some of President Trump's most prominent adversaries. A series of preemptive pardons to avoid Trump's promised political prosecutions. Among the recipients, General Mark Milley, Trump's chosen Joint Chiefs chairman, who later became a fierce critic. Dr. Anthony Fauci, who helped lead the country's COVID response, and all of the members of the bipartisan House committee that investigated the January 6th Capitol attack, including Republican Liz Cheney. Biden writing the pardon should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that any individual engaged in any wrongdoing. President Trump texted NBC News, "It is disgraceful."
Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster.
Just last month, Trump told Meet the Press the January 6th committee members should be behind bars.
For what they did, honestly, they should go to jail.
Milley's portrait, hung in a Pentagon ceremony just last week, was removed just hours after Trump took office. Today, Biden defending public servants who he says have been subjected to ongoing threats and intimidation for faithfully discharging their duties. Trump tonight also criticizing Biden for preemptively pardoning his brother James Biden and other relatives with just minutes left in his term.
I think it was unfortunate that he did that.
Candidate Trump vowed he would appoint a special prosecutor to investigate the Bidens.
To go after the most corrupt president in the history of the United States of America, Joe Biden, and the entire Biden crime family.
Biden tonight dismissing the unrelenting attacks against his family as baseless, arguing they are motivated solely by a desire to hurt me. Peter Alexander, NBC News, the White House.
And I'm joined now by Kristen Welker and Hallie Jackson. Kristen, President Trump is claiming a mandate. He's got a narrow lead in the Congress right now. How long does a honeymoon typically last?
It's not going to last very long at all, Lester. In fact, he's only got about 2 years to really get his big agenda items finished, and then the entire political world will be focused on the midterm election. So he wants to get his mass deportation plan up and running. That's going to require some additional funds by Congress. By one estimate, $88 billion per year just to deport 1 million people. He's also proposed a slew of tax cuts, including extending the Trump-era tax cuts as well. That's going to be a challenge. And as you say, the majorities are quite narrow, particularly in the House. The biggest thing he'll be judged on, can he bring prices down? That was the #1 issue for voters, Lester.
Let me turn to Hallie right now. You covered the first Trump inauguration and White House. How does all this compare?
Well, look at the tone and the tenor that the president is setting today. He is out with this political show of force, what allies have called this idea of shock and awe, signing more executive orders and actions already today alone than he did in his entire first week in office in his first term. But look at the tone from his first inaugural to what we heard today. First time around, it was the American carnage stops right here. Now it's America's decline is over. He has been consistent. He said on the campaign he would do things like implement mass deportations and roll back Biden-era policies. He is doing so. President Trump has shown us who he is. He is continuing on that path.
Hallie and Kristen, thanks to you both. In 60 seconds, Richard Engel on how other countries are viewing a second Trump term and how his vow to put America first could play out.
This raccoon needs to take extra care. She's a mom. The Americas. You watch with your family. You are enlightened and you are entertained. The Americas premieres February 23rd on NBC and Peacock.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine, part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to his world. We're back now with the Arctic blast. Across the U.S., nearly 200 million people under cold alerts. And in the south, a rare and potentially crippling winter storm on the move tonight, expected to spread snow and ice from Texas to the Carolinas. Historic snow amounts are expected for places like New Orleans and Panama City. Also tonight, reaction from around the world to President Trump's return to the White House and to his messaging to the international community. Richard Engel reporting tonight from Jerusalem.
President Trump made it clear he intends to lead, not follow, and won't be pushed around or abide by old rules and norms. He suggested the United States would expand its territory. He's already said he wants Greenland, and today said he'll take back the Panama Canal. Of course, Panama is an independent country. So far, many countries are approaching with caution. His previously vocal critics, especially in Europe, have gone quiet. Trump described peace through strength. He made no mention of Russia, Iran, or North Korea, only China, which he said should not be allowed to control access to what he called the Gulf of America. This was not just America first, but America first and foremost. Lester?
Richard Engel, thank you. And coming up as we continue tonight, the new Inner Circle, the tech titans on hand for today's inauguration. And the return of TikTok after a weekend of uncertainty. That's next.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
February 23rd. Take an extraordinary journey.
Do you trust me or not?
It's astounding that this is our home.
Everyone deserves somebody who will fight for them.
What did you do? 3 shows. 1 night. All new February 23rd on NBC.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv, live in Sarasota, Florida tonight.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, yo, Adam, what's up? It's Coach Master Mike. But you can call me the voice champ.
You use a lot of big talk, Buble. Well, it's easy when you're the winner. Don't let this nice guy fool you. Yo quiero vos y mi equipo. I knew he was gonna speak in Spanish. Cut him off. I have my kids' names tattooed. My wife would be so happy if your name was on my arm.
Lies.
He's a liar.
The Voice premieres February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays on NBC and NBC News Now.
Someone has a crush on me.
What's the opposite of rose-colored glasses? I'm seeing the staff through turd goggles.
St. Dennis Medical, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Where does the party go next? Problem is, if they can't agree where the party went wrong, how do you even start to fix it? Economic policy and what the election means for it. Break it down, what this means for people's money. What's up? What do we know about these chemicals? How much of them are in these products? And should we be, super concerned about it or what? Let's get your take here.
Yes.
I'm on with Hallie Jackson.
Hallie Jackson?
Hi, Senator.
I mean, that's hard to get on with Hallie Jackson.
I know.
Every person
on Deal or No Deal Island
is motivated purely by
money, money, money.
Everyone's gonna lie.
You're gonna be safe.
Deceive, that's how you win.
I like it. Deal or No Deal Island, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
Don't miss Jerome's MLK weekend this Thursday through Monday. Shop our incredible buy one, get one free deals. Like the spacious sofa chaise with feather and down cushions for only $19.99. And get the love seat free. Or get this power reclining sofa with top green leather seating for just $11.99 and get the recliner free. Or take advantage of no interest financing from 12 to 60 months. Hurry in and shop Jerome's Buy One, Get One Free event only at Jerome's.
Tech giants, including TikTok's CEO. The Chinese-owned app back online in the U.S. despite a law to ban it after President Trump vowed to take action. Savannah Sellers is with us. Savannah, walk us through this.
Lester, tonight, President Trump signing an executive order with the intention of saving TikTok. And it comes after a roller coaster weekend for the app, where it went dark for just over 12 hours, coming back online with a pop-up message crediting President Trump. Now, it's official. There are still open questions about those national security concerns raised by the U.S. government about the company's ties to China that led to bipartisan support for a ban. The company's CEO was seated on stage at today's inaugural ceremony. He was alongside a lot of other tech titans, including Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg. They were all seated right among and behind Trump family members, and all notably men who have had an about face in their relationships with the president. Lester?
All right, Savannah, thank you. A passing of note tonight. Cecile Richards, one of the country's most prominent abortion rights activists, has died after a battle with brain cancer. Richards served as the president of Planned Parenthood, the country's largest provider of reproductive health care and sex education, from 2006 to 2018. Richards was 67. We'll take a break, and then next, the enduring images that strike at the heart of what this Inauguration Day is all about.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope.
Please take care of yourself and each other.
Hi, I'm not sure. I'm Amy Poehler.
Are you rolling here?
Hello, I'm Seth Meyers. Tracy Morgan.
Kate McKinnon.
Andy Samberg.
Keena Thompson.
Gilda Radner.
My name is Philip Hartman, and I'd like to introduce you to some of my characters. Mr. Music?
Hey, pleasure to be here, Richard.
I'm sorry that I smelled your cans.
And this is Mr. Peepers.
I am Tim Calhoun.
Well, that's very special.
Why don't you shut up?
Good night, and have a pleasant tomorrow.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
This monster and historic storm is set to make landfall.
Now is raw.
What was your initial reaction?
Devastating. Now is real.
Recess appointments. I'm going to ask you to put this into the plainest English possible.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Be on your best behavior, right? Like Child Protective Services is coming for a visit. Like sing it, sing. It's really good. Keep the glass.
Happy's Place, Friday on NBC and Peacock.
Let's kickstart your new year with the all-new Start Today app. Everything you need for your wellness journey right at your fingertips. Fitness challenges for all levels to get you moving.
Let's go. 20 seconds.
Ooh, meal plans that are easy and delicious. Daily inspiration and so much more. Built to fit your lifestyle with experts to guide you every step of the way. Come on, let's do this.
Download now to learn more about our new subscription offer.
1, 2, 3.
The Tonight Show, where champions go.
Dear God.
Are you not entertained?
Yes. Thank you.
That's what I'm talking about.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great.
Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
This little guy lives right in the middle of suburbia. A burrowing owl, hoping to find a mate. Single owl, not too tall, would like to meet female for a lifetime of happiness. Well, that seems promising. This is life in your own backyard.
The Americas premieres February 23rd on NBC and Peacock.
Coming up on the NBC4 News at 7, a new look at the Eaton fire aftermath. Drone video shows the devastation as Kamala Harris meets with firefighters.
And we still have gusty winds and high fire danger heading into the overnight hours. I've got details at 7.
We want to leave you tonight on an image that for many presidencies was likely taken for granted, a peaceful transfer of power. One president leaving as another begins. In recent years, we've been reminded of just how precious and fragile our democracy is. Today represents the most fundamental principles of that democracy, with Donald Trump beginning his second term in office. So if we take just one thing away from this cold inauguration day here in Washington, perhaps it is that the tradition and symbolism of January 20th means something not just to us, but to the world. That's Nightly News for this Monday. Thank you for watching. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Good night.
It's pretty much all our stuff. That's gone. Where do you even go from here? What do you do? I hope everyone else who was around here is okay and that they recover and, can move on and do well after this.
Here at Living Spaces, we extend our heartfelt support to families impacted by the recent wildfires. LA is our home, and we are with you in the recovery process. To help ease the burden, we're offering a free mattress set to those who lost their homes. Just show us your FEMA or insurance paperwork, and we'll provide what you need for a good night's sleep. From our family here at Living Spaces, we hope this message finds you safe, healthy, and on the road to recovery.
And as you can see, we've installed high-def cameras to spot any threats. Our agents review live footage to eliminate the possibility of any false alarms. He's very good.
We are Sellers Advantage. And we want to buy your house. Sellers Advantage has revolutionized the home selling process to get you more for your home. Check out our online reviews of real customers who we've helped over the years. Call or visit sellersadvantage.com.
Sellers Advantage.
From the series Severance, Patricia Arquette. Plus a Kelly Extra with Anna Kendrick.
Tomorrow at 2 on NBC4.
Right now at 7, round 3 of strong Santa Ana winds hit Southern California. Firefighters already deployed. Meteorologist David Bigger is tracking it all in your first alert forecast. New look at the Eaton fire aftermath. Drone video shows the devastation as former Vice President Kamala Harris meets with firefighters. And President Trump sworn into office. An expert joins us to talk about his sweeping executive orders and what it could mean moving forward.
NBC4 News at 7 starts with breaking news.
That breaking news tonight, another red flag warning now in effect as strong Santa Ana winds pick up throughout Southern California. Firefighters putting more boots on the ground as a precaution. Let's bring in meteorologist David Bigger, who's tracking the latest on the wind and the fire danger. David.
Yeah, so we're still seeing some pretty good gusts out there right now, Colleen. In fact, here's a look at the gust map. You'll notice that some of the intensities have come down around Van Nuys, 23-mile-per-hour gusts, 27-mile-per-hour gusts around Santa Clarita, but we continue to see them across LA and Ventura counties. South the Cajon Pass throughout some of the Inland Empire, we've got some pretty decent gusts, 31-mile-per-hour gusts right now around Ontario. You see some of this purple coloring here, that's wind gusts in the 40 to 50-mile-per-hour range. So still pretty strong out there. However, if you're around downtown LA and around a good portion of the basin, and even if you're around parts of the San Gabriel Valley, you're essentially done with most of the wind now until we get into our next round as we get into Wednesday and Thursday. So we have a red flag warning that's up right now until 2 p.m. for tomorrow. This is because of the gusty, strong offshore winds in combination with very low humidity leading to extreme fire danger around Southern California. You can see pretty much all of our region is included in this, with the exception being a chunk of the basin. Here's a look at the current humidity out there because the air is extremely dry. We're talking about 8% humidity for Van Nuys, 9% in San Bernardino and Riverside, 11% in West Covina, 9% in Long Beach. And as we get into tomorrow, these numbers will drop even more as the air continues to dry out. So looking live from Mount Wilson, the trees moving around just a little bit. We've also seen a lot of ash blowing off of the Mount Wilson area from the Eaton fire burn scar across some parts of the San Gabriel Valley. So keep those windows and doors closed, and if you are outside, wear an N95 mask. But through tomorrow, we'll continue to see gusty winds in our wind-prone areas. We get another round coming our way for Wednesday and Thursday. And then for the weekend, we have a chance of rain to talk about. I've got details on all this in just a few minutes. Back to you, Colleen.
All right, David, thank you for that. NBC4's Macy Jenkins continues our coverage right now from Porter Ranch. Macy, that is typically a windy area, very windy. Is it so tonight?
It is windy. Colleen, I'm in a shopping center right off of the 118 freeway, and everyone in the parking lot is tugging their jackets a little bit tighter and doing that fast walk to the car because it's not just normal wind. The wind has picked up and it is pretty chilly. Now, it's been almost 2 weeks since the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire broke out during the Santa Ana winds of up to 100 miles per hour. So hearing about the high wind and red flag warnings in effect from now until tomorrow has many people on high alert. Now, parts of both LA and Ventura counties are expected to see strong Santa Ana winds with low relative humidity, with gusts of up to 50 to 70 miles per hour in the forecast. That's for the areas along the coast and in the valleys. I spoke to one man who says the Eaton fire forced.
Yeah, no, it was tough. And my wife's pregnant, so we're just like upset.
Joseph Margani, and he says his plan is to stay inside as much as possible and wear a mask.
All right, Macy, thank you. This is the danger from the Granada Hills. News Chopper 4 was overhead as firefighters worked to contain the flames here. Firefighters were able to keep this one to about 3 acres. Firefighters also able to put out a small brush fire just south of the Griffith Observatory. This fire burned near homes before it was finally put out at about 1:30 this afternoon. One person was arrested in connection with the fire. Authorities describe him as a suspect, a homeless man with a history of starting fires in the park. Griffith Park was closed today because of the red flag warning. Now, it's been nearly 2 weeks since the Eaton fire burned through communities in Altadena. New drone video today shows the devastation out there. Tonight, former Vice President Kamala Harris was in Altadena to thank the fire crews. NBC4's Robert Kovacic joins us live with more on that. Robert?
And Colleen, remember, this was Inauguration Day, and as we have talked about, this was already going to be a difficult day for the former vice president. She is now the former vice president, having to return home to Southern California after a defeat. Now she returns home to Southern California, surrounded by devastation. Kamala Harris, seen here arriving at the fire station in Altadena. She greeted not only firefighters here from L.A. County, but she also greeted the L.A. County Fire Chief, Anthony Maroney, who said he appreciated her visit. She called them the best firefighters in the world and was very grateful to them for not only saving much of the surrounding areas in Altadena and in the Palisades and all of their firefighting efforts, but for saving her home as well. Here is what she had to say to us when she spoke to the cameras and when we asked her a direct question.
I have, over the last 2 weeks, been a part of a lot of the work that has been about ensuring that Los Angeles will receive the federal support that it so rightly deserves. I was speaking with the chief about the fact that we actually did 100% matching funds, which is going to be very important for the rebuild and to help restore this vibrant community.
Will you plan on visiting the devastated areas of the Palisades and Altadena?
I'll keep you posted.
How is your home?
But I don't want. What we don't want to do is in any way interfere with the work that needs to be done in those areas.
Now, to arrive to Gordy's garage where she was as soon as she stepped off the plane in Burbank and jumped in her motorcade with the Secret Service, she went to Gordy's to distribute food to community members as well as to thank volunteers alongside the World Central Kitchen that's been very active in the volunteer effort here and to taking care of our fire-affected communities. To get there, Colleen, she had to sort of pass a couple of areas of burned out homes, and that's why we asked her specifically about touring the devastation, not only here in Altadena, but also consider the Pacific Palisades. Kamala Harris's street was one of those that was evacuated in Brentwood. It remained completely unscathed by the fires, and that is where she is tonight, telling us she is returning home to Brentwood. Her house was not singed, it was not broken into, and that is where Kamala Harris now returns to Southern California as a private citizen. Live tonight here in Altadena, I'm Robert Kovacic. Colleen?
Robert, already there's a lot of speculation about what's next. Did the former vice president say anything about future plans?
Oh, they tried. I mean, without a doubt, it was tried. I mean, there's two schools of thought, and what we are hearing from some is that the former vice president will now be writing a book, perhaps a lucrative deal that could lead to a number of speaking engagements. And then, of course, there is the other school of thought that will she sort of follow in the steps of Richard Nixon after becoming vice president, losing the race for the presidency, and then returning to California to run for governor. And she was asked that today. She asked specifically, will you run to become the next governor of California? Former Vice President Kamala Harris refused to answer. Colleen?
All right, Robert Kovacic reporting live for us from Altadena tonight. Robert, thank you. Now to the very latest on the Palisades fire. That fire is now 59% contained and has burned more than 23,000 acres. More than 12,000 homes and other buildings remain threatened at this point. 5,800 were destroyed over the weekend. People living in the Palisades Highlands were allowed to return to their neighborhoods to access their homes with police escorts. Coming up, remembering Martin Luther King Jr., how one local city honored the civil rights leader.
When love is in the air,
Jesus!
HR
Mutual consent form
is always there.
I didn't know you were seeing somebody. Joyce. Oh. It's in there, and you're not allowed to grab it because that's my private area.
St. Dennis Medical, new Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
That is an insane amount of money.
It's all mine. No.
Go!
The banker's gonna play the baddest mother on this island.
Such a shady little... I could totally destroy him.
Deal or No Deal Island, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
The fires affecting Southern California communities have been devastating. We understand the losses you may have experienced. If you have suffered property loss or severe damage, call now. Our experienced attorneys are helping wildfire victims in recovering their losses and will fight to ensure that you are fairly compensated by insurance and those responsible. With team members that have been personally affected by these tragic fires, we know what you are going through. You will pay nothing up front and only if we win recovery for your loss. Call 1-800-FIRE-120.
Eight Jaguars, 4 weeks at Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. 2 lucky Club Serrano members will win a Jaguar every Thursday in January. Play all month to earn entries. Not a member? Join for free today. Only at Yamava Resort and Casino, your California to Vegas connection. Details at yamava.com.
Donald Trump was sworn in as the 47th president today. With his return to power, he promised to end what he describes as America's decline and to, quote, totally reverse the actions of the former administration.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
During his speech today, President Trump promised to declare a national emergency at the southern border. He also said he would designate Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end.
Following the address, the president attended a rally for 20,000 people at Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. He also signed several executive orders today, including one that would require all federal workers to return to work in person and a hiring freeze for federal jobs. Joining me live right now is Loyola Marymount law professor Jessica Levinson. Thanks so much for joining us once again.
Absolutely. Good to be back.
It's just a short period of time. We talked to you earlier today. This is fast by anyone's standards. Day one. Let's start right now with the pardons for 1,500 people from the January 6th assault on the Capitol. What does this mean? Charges drop, trials just end, people get out of jail, or all of the above?
D, all of the above. What we're learning here is something we knew before, that presidents have very broad pardon power. It's something that the Constitution gives only to presidents, not the president and Congress, not the president to be checked by federal judges, but just to the president. And if the president wants to say, I'm going to pardon 1,500 or 2,000 people, frankly, I think there's no legal question as to whether or not he can do that. This was supposed to be a fail-safe where the founders thought that we should have a moment where the chief executive, the president, could kind of pull a safety cord and say there's been a miscarriage of justice. President Trump would argue that's what he's doing today by pardoning all of these people.
Well, we actually saw the same, not to this extent, but we saw President Biden pardon a lot of people preemptively. When you look at that before President Biden leaves office and day one of President Trump, a lot of people wonder if this is a misuse of power. What do you have to do to change that?
You would need a constitutional amendment, and that might not be the last time in the next 4 years I say some version of, if you want to change that, you would need a constitutional amendment. But at this point, legally speaking, I think they both have the power to do what they did today. President Biden, now former President Biden, on his way out the door, making those pardons to people who are involved in the January 6th committee, pardoning members of his family. Again, preemptively, charges have not been filed. As you point out, the difference in January 6th, many charges have been filed. Many people have pleaded guilty. Many people have been convicted. But legally speaking, do both presidents today, January 20th, have the power to do that? I think the answer is yes. If we don't like it, it's political pressure or a constitutional change.
Another executive order signed at the White House was to end a birthright citizenship. Can you explain that? We know it's protected by the 14th Amendment. Can a president actually do this without approval from Congress?
I would say without a constitutional amendment, period. You can't do this by executive order. You can't do this by legislation. So if we're all understanding what the executive order purports to do, which would be undermining birthright citizenship, no, you cannot executive order your way out of the Constitution. Birthright citizenship, of course, put into our Constitution after the Civil War to ensure that Black people enjoyed full citizenship, that anybody of any color born in this country was a full citizen under the law. We have understood that to mean, with very small potential exceptions related to people who are ambassadors' children who are born here, that if you are born here, you are an American citizen. It does not matter if your parents are or not. If you try to change that, I do believe that the vast weight of legal authority indicates that you would need a constitutional amendment. A lot of these executive orders, not just this one, I think there will be serious legal challenges.
All right. More to come. Jessica Levinson, thanks so much for your time and your expertise on this.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. Time now for a look at our weather. We're talking about the strong winds blowing in, some of these winds blowing well over 50 miles an hour, gusting. When will we hit the peak?
Well, it looks like it depends on where you are. If you are in some parts of the region, like the San Fernando Valley, you've probably already hit your peak for this current wind. If you're closer to the Santa Susana Mountains, for example, your peak is actually going to be tonight into early tomorrow morning. Let me show you this here. We're going to pick up Futurecast right around 11 o'clock this evening. You can already see areas around WeHo, for example, no wind. We're essentially done with the wind now across a good portion of the basin and closer to downtown LA and the metro. But if you look across Van Nuys compared to Porter Ranch, you can kind of see that we have some gusts, but it's really the wind favored spot. Still looking at some gusty winds tonight. Now, again, 11 p.m., look at the Santa Susana Mountains as purple coloring here. That's 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts. We have some of that around the Sunland area and then up into the mountains as well. Now watch what happens as we go through the overnight hours and into early tomorrow morning. The same spots that are already looking at wind at 11 p.m. are now looking at even gustier winds, while the areas that have not really had much wind, Van Nuys, Burbank, WeHo, Altadena, looking at relatively light winds essentially all the way through tomorrow morning. So again, if you are not seeing any wind by the time we get toward about 9 or 10 o'clock this evening, you're probably done with the winds for this round of the Santa Ana winds. But look at Camarillo, look at Moore Park, Simi Valley, all looking at very impressive wind gusts in the mid to upper 40 mile per hour range. And then by Tuesday night, it's really come down in gust intensity, and we start looking forward to our next event for Wednesday and Thursday, which I'll get to in just a second. But I want to show you what the Inland Empire and Orange County looks like for tonight, 11 p.m. Look at the winds coming off the Riverside County mountains, absolutely screaming through Nuevo with gusts potentially up to 60 miles an hour. That's enough to take down trees and possibly knock out power. You can see around Jurupa Valley, Fontana, wind gusts in the 30 to 40 mile per hour range, and same for Orange County. Very similar to what we're seeing in LA County and Ventura County. By the morning, we're still looking at some pretty strong gusts out there through the same spots that are seeing the wind tonight. And then by the time we get into Tuesday afternoon, the wind intensity really starts to come down. And again, we start looking toward our next round of wind. So as we switch over to now Wednesday, and we're widening out the view here to show you all of the region. You can see our wind-prone areas of LA and Ventura counties, as well as the Inland Empire and Orange County. And as we go through the rest of Wednesday afternoon, the wind intensity starts to pick up again. And just like tonight, going into the overnight hours and into early Thursday morning, we'll start to see those wind gusts peak again with a lot of this purple coloring showing up. And that's wind gusts in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range with occasional gusts stronger than that, as high as 60 miles an hour, maybe even a little bit stronger. So fire danger will likely remain high into Thursday as well. So for tomorrow, expect temperatures to be reaching into the low 70s. We've got 71 in downtown LA as well as Van Nuys, 70 in West Covina, 69 in Thousand Oaks, 65 in Santa Clarita, 47 degrees in Big Bear. But as I mentioned, we have more wind coming our way based on top coastline down below for Wednesday and Thursday. But it does look like we finally have some changes on the way for the weekend. A chance of maybe getting some rainfall. It doesn't look like it will be very heavy, or at least a lot of rain. But it all depends on how much we get and how short of a period of time. Obviously, we have a lot of fresh burn scars around the area. If we get heavy rainfall, that would be very concerning. But we'll get closer and closer to the week, and we'll have a much better idea of what we're looking at. The valleys are on top. IE forecast is down below. Windy for tomorrow. Windy again for Wednesday and Thursday. Winds get lighter for Friday. And then we have a chance of rain coming our way for the weekend. And again, we'll have more detail on what we're looking at rain-wise as we get closer. But first, we got to get through a lot of this wind and a lot of this fire danger. High desert on top, low desert down below. Windy for tomorrow, and then for the high desert, the winds do start to get lighter. Also looking at the potential for that chance of rain, but probably very light across the high desert. And for the area mountains, it looks windy for the next couple of days, and then it does look cold enough to produce snow in the mountains as we get into the weekend. That's a look at your forecast, and we'll be right back after this break.
Clean water is essential to look and feel your best. And nothing filters harsh, smelly chemicals out of all the water in your home like the LifeSource water system. Taste and feel clean water for life. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Hey, how'd you get your health insurance again?
Oh, Cover California. They helped with the cost, so it was actually affordable.
That's what I'm worried about, the cost.
Well, now a bunch of their silver level plans have lower copays and no deductibles. So you'll pay less when you see the doctor or get care.
Really?
Yeah, and you can get it regardless of how much you make. Come here, check this out.
Check out your new options at Covered California.
Food definitely brings community together. When I created My Fresh Treatery, it needed to tie into a sense of purpose. Maui is still the beautiful destination that it's always been. Come with an open heart, and if you go a little bit below the surface, it's the culture and the people that make the island.
Big trucks are dangerous, and they can cause big, bad injuries. But the big trucking companies don't stand a chance against us. We fight to get you paid. Call us. We're the Law Brothers.
Call now or visit lawbrothers.com.
This February, get ready for a hilarious night of stand-up with Brian Regan. Saturday, February 15th at 8 p.m. One of the most respected stand-up comedians in show business and star of multiple Netflix comedy specials, Brian Regan has delivered non-stop laughs to sold-out crowds across the country for decades. Get your tickets at Saboba.com. Don't miss legendary funny man Brian Regan. Saboba Casino Resort.
Clean water is essential to look and feel your best. And nothing filters harsh, smelly chemicals out of all the water in your home like the LifeSource water system. Taste and feel clean water for life. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Is this your house? Is there anything we can do to help you, sir?
When disasters swept our communities, we stood together.
Our photographer also helped you out.
Yeah.
He had one camera on one hand and a fire hose.
I was going at it.
Because every decision counts.
And I see our duplex on fire.
And every moment matters. We're not just reporting the news. We're helping you through it. NBC4, here for you, every day, every night.
In honor of Martin Luther King Jr. Day, hundreds of people came out to the OC Food Bank in Garden Grove to spend the day giving back to the community. These volunteers put in a lot of work on this annual day of service. They sorted out thousands of boxes of food for families in need. Volunteers say this is a day for compassion and community. We'll be right back.
For years, we've been telling clients it's nearly impossible to sell a home in the winter. Here's the truth. When I help them sell it fast to Opendoor, it's a win-win, no matter what the temperature is. Wait, this isn't going on the internet, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's true. Opendoor makes selling easy in any season.
Got eyelid itching, crusties, and swelling that won't go away? It could be
Demodex blepharitis, and we're Demodex mites. We're very common and super irritating to your eyelids, but we love making ourselves comfortable here. Oh yeah, steam time!
If Demodex mites are partying it up on your eyelids, it's time to eliminate the root of the problem with Xdemvy. With 1 drop in each eye twice a day, you can kill the mites in just 6 weeks. Xdemvy is the first and only FDA-approved treatment that kills the mites that cause Demodex blepharitis, a common eyelid disease. Avoid touching the tip of the bottle to your eye or other surfaces to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. In clinical trials, the most common side effects were stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients.
Party's over, folks.
It's not you, it's Demodex mites. Talk to your eye doctor today.
It's in our very nature to seek the excitement of the unexpected, an endless yearning to experience what lies beyond the everyday.
Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel is California's #1 entertainment destination. Grab tickets for The Killers on February 18th. Catch the Lumineers on February 22nd. And country legend Reba McEntire March 20th. Details at Yamava.com. Must be 21 to enter.
Health priorities. They're at the top of your list. Taking care of Carlitos. Helping your husband manage his cholesterol. Scheduling mom's physical. And making time to take care of yourself, too. At Ultimed, we provide comprehensive health services under one roof, so you can spend more time caring for who matters most. Live fully and grow healthy at any age with Ultimed.
The fires affecting Southern California communities have been devastating. If you have suffered property loss or severe damage, call now. Our experienced attorneys are helping wildfire victims in recovering their losses. Call 1-800-FIRE-120.
Saving for retirement was tough enough.
And navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we keep a disciplined approach with your portfolio, helping you through the market's ups and downs.
What about communication?
We check in regularly to keep you informed.
Which means you'll help us stay on track?
Yes, as a fiduciary, we always put your interest first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Yeah, so we will see the wind intensity pick up through the overnight into early tomorrow morning. It all depends on location. This is a great example of it here. This will be for the Oxnard area. And if you look closely here, you'll notice the wind intensity keeps ratcheting up as we get through the morning hours. So by the time we get to 7 a.m., we could potentially have gusts in the Oxnard area in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range. So I think a good portion of Ventura County, especially around the Santa Susana Mountains and some of the coastal areas, will be sort of like this, where you see the gusts pick up through the overnight into tomorrow. That's why the fire dangers around are essentially for a good portion of the day tomorrow. And even though the red flag warning expires during the afternoon, fire danger will continue into Thursday. I would not be surprised if we get an extension on the red flag.
Slight chance of rain this weekend.
Yes, there is. There is a slight chance of rain. We're trying to figure out exactly when and how much, because obviously that'll be very significant for us.
Yes, it will. David, thank you. That wraps it up for us at 7. We hope to see you back here at 11.
If you or someone you know is affected by the Los Angeles wildfires, you're not alone. No matter how sad, scared, and heartbroken you feel, Cal Hope is here for you and all those affected by the devastating wildfires. Find free, safe, confidential mental health support at calhope.org.
Why do we grill to order at Waba Grill? It's just better for you. Download the Waba Rewards app or order online at wabagrill.com. Waba Grill, it's for you.
With Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, you can access your FICO score in a snap.
What I would give to be able to make art on this scale.
You will one day, but it's equally important for you to be thinking about your future, build on credit.
Dad. Fargo, what's my FICO score?
Wow, it's a work of art.
Do you, Fargo?
That was corny, but I'll take it.
You can. Visit wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Free service from the state that helps you get health insurance. Millions of people have used it.
Wait, for real?
Mm-hmm. They even offer financial help to lower the cost.
No, how you know about all this?
That's how I got my insurance. I got a great plan for about $10 a month.
Okay, I see you.
If you've got questions, Covered California can help every step of the way. Enroll by January 31st. Covered California, this way to health insurance.
Here at Living Spaces, we extend our heartfelt support to families impacted by the recent wildfires. LA is our home, and we are with you in the recovery process. To help ease the burden, we're offering a free mattress set to those who lost their homes. Just show us your FEMA or insurance paperwork, and we'll provide what you need for a good night's sleep. From our family here at Living Spaces, we hope this message finds you safe, healthy, and on the road to recovery.
The inauguration glitch that was no problem for Carrie Underwood. Access Hollywood starts right now.
How Carrie powered right through the technical issues, and as Access breaks down the day, there was also a somewhat surprising message delivered Saturday night.
It's Donald Trump. I know you watched the show.
We went home and we cried.
Tyra Banks shares her unimaginable loss following the devastating LA wildfires, plus how Steve Guttenberg is now making LA's recovery his mission.
And I really feel like I can make a difference.
Apparently divorced maybe 10, 12 times as well. So it's
Carrie has joked about divorce rumors, but did Meghan actually develop a plan if they were to split?
To be able to actually breathe that sigh of relief.
After his terrifying health scare, how Cameron Diaz was there for Jamie Foxx. Then, our Night Court Set Tour exclusive includes a Big Bang Theory reunion.
TV's Blossom is in our courtroom. Oh my gosh, it's like a dream.
President Trump's inauguration, the peaceful transfer of power is pulled off without a hitch. Well, almost. Welcome to Access Hollywood from Universal Studios Hollywood. I'm Mario Lopez, and Carrie Underwood proves she was the right choice to sing America the Beautiful, because when a technical issue came up, Carrie showed she is a total pro.
Carrie Underwood's performance of America the Beautiful sounded perfect, despite the fact she was forced to sing a cappella. After a major technical fail, the background music didn't play. After the 8-time Grammy winner stood in place to sing, there was a long, awkward silence of nearly 3 minutes.
Waiting for her performance to begin.
Whispers filled the Capitol Rotunda, and at one point, a few seconds of music played briefly. Kerry patiently waited as the incoming president, along with Biden and other dignitaries, looked on. Despite having to perform under those extremely stressful circumstances, Kerry showed no signs of strain and asked the audience to join in the performance.
You know the words, help me out here.
There's going to be a new Department of Government Efficiency. They need to work on the music, I guess, first of all.
Kerry has received both high praise and harsh criticism for her decision to perform, and last week she may have intended to address the backlash when she released a statement that reads in part, "I am humbled to answer the call at a time when we must all come together in the spirit of unity and looking to the future." Kerry, who usually gravitates to flashy designs, chose a simple dove gray draped dress. First Lady Melania Trump chose an understated navy blue dress and double-breasted coat by New York designer Adam Lippis. A highlight of her ensemble was a large navy wide-brimmed hat with a flat top and white trimming. The statement lid by Eric Javits, also an American designer, covered her eyes. Melania was nearly upstaged by her son Barron in a blue suit. He towered over his family at a reported 6'9" tall. His older half-sister Ivanka wore a forest green skirt suit and matching hat clipped diagonally on the right side of her head. Last night, she wore an off-the-shoulder crystal and pearl-embroidered Oscar de la Renta gown to the inaugural candlelight dinner. And the outgoing First Lady's fashion was also noteworthy. Jill Biden's bipartisan Ralph Lauren coat was a symbol of unity, the violet jacket a blend of Democratic blue and Republican red. And a peaceful yet impactful message of coming together was also delivered over the weekend by Dave Chappelle. While hosting SNL, he made this plea to Trump during the show's longest monologue ever, 17 minutes.
Whether people voted for you or not, the whole world is counting on you. I mean this when I say this. Good luck. Please, do better next time. Please, all of us, do better next time.
And Tiffany Haddish, William Shatner, Conan O'Brien, they've all been added to an all-star lineup for Concert for America, an inauguration benefit that's live streaming tonight that'll raise funds for California wildfire recovery efforts. All right, Kate Hoover is joining me now with a fire update.
That's right, Mario. As we know, thousands have lost their homes, and now Tyra Banks has revealed her name can be added to that unfortunate list.
Well, you know people who've lost their houses?
I'm one of them.
You lost your house?
Exclusive, yes. I lost my house. I haven't really talked about it, but yeah, I have. I just didn't want to pull a lot of attention to me. I feel like there's a lot of people that need that attention.
Tyra Banks revealing to Australia's morning show Sunrise that she was in Australia when she found out her LA home had been destroyed in the fires.
So you lost everything in the house?
Yes. I mean, our house, we brought a lot of things here. We're between here and New York. So a lot of those like mementos are here in New York. So I didn't lose that, thank goodness. There were some mementos that we lost, but yeah, it's tough.
Zooey Deschanel also lost her childhood home in the Pacific Palisades fires, posting these dramatic before and after photos of the 1920s Spanish cottage. Zooey writing, "It was full of too many incredible memories to count." She also thanked the firefighters, calling them our true heroes.
You know, it's not often in life that you feel like you can make a difference. And I really feel like I can make a difference.
Steve Guttenberg has become the unlikely face of the Palisades fire. When flames approached, he stayed behind, helping to move cars so emergency vehicles could get through, also protecting his and his neighbors' homes. So far, his home is still standing.
I'm able-bodied, I'm strong, I have a heart, and I care.
Steve shared with CBS Sunday Morning how he put everything aside 7 years ago to care for his hero, his father, Stanley, when he was diagnosed with kidney failure.
He was my anchor.
Do you feel Stanley's
presence?
presence
I feel
with
my
you?
dad's around. Yeah, I really do. I feel my dad is here with me. And I think he's also saying, Steven, enough, get out of there.
Yeah, that's the kitchen. These were stools.
As we know, This Is Us stars Milo Ventimiglia and Mandy Moore both lost their homes in the fires. Mandy posted these photos of the ruins. Their former castmate Chris Sullivan, who is promoting his new film Presence with Lucy Liu, tells us he's keeping in close touch.
We've all been in contact, checking in to see what people need. Luckily, none of our friends have lost their lives. They've lost their homes.
Oh, I have lost my home in a fire, and a positive perspective is so critical to moving forward. But now Scott is here with a wild notion about Harry and Meghan.
Kit, you are absolutely right. Apparently the question is, what if Harry and Meghan divorced? Yes, that is the very question that's gained momentum thanks to a new expose in the pages of Vanity Fair.
We've apparently divorced maybe 10, 12 times as well. So it's just like, what?
Prince Harry joking about split rumors from Meghan during his talk with writer Andrew Ross Sorkin at a New York Times summit in December. February's Vanity Fair cover story, American Hustle, goes inside Harry and Meghan's world, the magazine speaking with those who've worked with and lived alongside the royal couple, including one insider who reveals divorce rumors within the book world after Markle's team allegedly pitched the idea for a potential book if she and Harry were to split. The magazine adding that a divorce was not actually in the works.
I think this love story is only just getting started.
Divorce buzz picked up steam last year when the couple, who a source says are so hot for each other, began separate engagements, which Harry also addressed.
There's articles left and right about, why are you doing independent events? Why aren't you doing them together?
Because you invited me. You should have known that was going to happen.
Taylor Swift and Caitlin Clark.
That surprise appearance by WNBA star Caitlin Clark alongside Taylor sent Swifties wild. Clark, a lifelong Kansas City Chiefs fan, was there to show support for Taylor's boyfriend, Travis Kelce.
Touchdown, Kelce!
Kelce scored a touchdown, helping the Chiefs win the AFC divisional playoff against the Houston Texans. Afterwards, Travis gave a nod to Taylor's 2013 hit song 22 when he was asked by reporters if he was feeling 25 years old again.
22, baby, 22.
Guess Houston will just have to shake it off.
Look at you. All right, let's keep it sporty, guys. Tonight, Ohio State and Notre Dame face off for the college football crown in Atlanta.
That's going to be a big one. But check out this basketball moment from the Knicks game Friday night at Madison Square Garden. This fan won $1,000 for hitting the first 4 shots of the skills challenge. Then came the half-court try for a car, a moment that ended with a celebrity hug.
Here we go. Oh, my God, come on. I didn't see this. Go, go.
And of course, the garden exploding. Ben Stiller's getting a hug.
Into a place of endless expression with the quality, styles, and prices you love. Max what makes you, you.
What if your best hair day was every day?
Elvive Hyaluron Plus Plump with hyaluronic acid. 2 times more hydration transforms your hair for up to 72 hours. Work that bounce. Elvive Hyaluron Plus Plump by L'Oreal Paris.
You're worth it.
Does she look familiar to you?
She's gone missing.
I didn't say that.
Don't miss the video game-inspired horror film Until Dawn, exclusively in theaters April 25th.
If you like options, you'll love my $6 all-day big deal meal. Choose from 4 delicious entrees and 5 tasty sides with a drink. Oh, and nobody else includes breakfast items all day. Just this guy. At Jack, every bite's a big deal.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
My name is Putu Ariawan. I'm driving a Toyota Prius. This is a used car when I purchased it. The dealership checked from top to bottom, bumper to bumper. I know it's guaranteed. Besides the typical Toyota reliability, the value is there. It holds its value. That's impressive.
Now get a low APR on a reliable Toyota certified used vehicle. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
If you get seriously hurt by a big truck, don't trust the insurance company, call us. My brother and I will fight them and get you the big money that you deserve. We're the Law Brothers.
Call now or visit lawbrothers.com.
But at Red Lobster, you're big shrimping, baby. It's shrimp your way. Choose 2 or 3 flavors starting at just $16.99, like garlic shrimp scampi. Get your shrimp on today, only at Red Lobster.
At the Disneyland Resort, the happiest place on earth, you'll find all kinds of happy. Come find your happy today.
Unless you don't get one. That would be a bad decision. Get my Jack Wraps or try my Tasty Munchies under $4. At Jack, every bite's a big deal.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
For the first time in a really long time, I felt alive again. I felt like the bitch again.
Hey, Cameron Diaz returning to the screen after a 10-year-long hiatus, and Netflix is back in action, starring alongside Jamie Foxx. They play a married couple with kids who get pulled back into the old life of CIA spies. And Cameron's return is welcome news for her fans, as you can count Access guest correspondent Emily Orozco as one of them.
Seeing your face again on the screen brought me and all your fans so much joy.
Thank you. Well, you know what? I have always felt that making movies was a privilege. Even during the time that I took off, you know, it wasn't lost on me that, you know, I was a part of this. And coming back and knowing that I get to work at this level, I feel really lucky to be able to do that.
Did you ever second guess the choice to take a step back?
Never.
Never.
Not once, nah.
The film was also a labor of love for Jamie, who suffered a brain bleed that led to a stroke while filming in April of 2023, and has since made a full recovery.
How did Cameron really have your back during that process?
Hey man, when I got back on the set and I saw Cameron, we hugged it out. It was like, dang, we back. Feels good to have someone you know for a while, just be there.
Everybody was rooting for him to be, you know, safe and to come back from this. And it's just to be able to actually breathe that sigh of relief that he's not only back, but he's, you know,
yeah.
Like, I mean,
coming back. It's great. It's fantastic. Back in that.
Just like old times, baby. Just like old times.
Talk to me about doing almost all this stunt work. Who was the bigger daredevil?
I mean, I guess,
yes,
you know.
She is definitely
you know.
one. She's the one. She holds it down. When you see the punches going, I'm like, man, don't get into it with Cameron Diaz, man. You get your head knocked off, man.
Mom, she's fine. It's not that bad. Cameron, you said, you know, all your character Emily wants is to give her children the life she didn't have. How do you personally relate to that, if at all?
Of course, I'm a mom, so for me, everything now goes through the filter of my family first and priority before them. I checked different boxes for what was important, and now there's only one box that I need to check.
Couldn't agree more. Be sure to check out Cameron and Jamie in Back in Action, streaming now on Netflix. All right, coming up next, we take you to the Night Court set for a Big Bang Theory reunion. It's only on Access. Okay, right here.
We're heartbroken. This is just like seeing our home go down, our memories, our neighborhood, our city. Everything's burnt to the ground. We're just hurting, especially not just us, everybody else that lost their home.
Farmer Boys $9.99 Big Cheese Box sounds delicious. Farmer Boys, farm food ain't fast food.
Shop Jerome's MLK Mattress event this Thursday through Monday. And rest easy with your choice of 3 amazing deals. Sleep better with up to $1,200 off famous brands like Tempur-Pedic, Heirloom, and more. Spend $9.99 on a new mattress and get 50% off our balanced adjustable base. Or make sleep more affordable with no interest financing from 12 to 60 months. This is your chance to save big at Jerome's MLK Mattress event. Thursday through Monday. Only at Jerome's.
Our deliciously sweet center roll French toast platter is back. Farmer Boys, farm food ain't fast food.
You're Maya Bialik. TV's Blossom is in our courtroom.
Fans were freaking out with Mayim Bialik and Melissa Rauch having a Big Bang Theory reunion last week on the episode of NBC's Night Court.
And we were on set with the duo who told us how Mayim's guest starring role came to be.
Oh my gosh, it's like a dream.
Background action.
We asked her if she would want to play herself. We had a conversation. I said, would that be something that you would be up for doing? And
I think I said whatever you want.
Yeah, she's.
I literally said, I mean,
how good a friend is that?
I'm playing kind of an evil version of myself, a little bit of a stalker vibe.
Hi, Abby. It's based on the fact that I myself was and am a huge Blossom fan. When I first met Mayim, our very first table read together, we're sitting next to each other, and I'm sitting there the whole table read going, do I tell her I dressed as her for Halloween? And I made the decision to tell her immediately after the table read, no space to breathe, because I was so afraid if I didn't tell her then, if we became friends, we were sharing a bathroom at the time.
Then I would think you're
stalking
stalking me.
Yes, I had to come clean at that moment.
That was the start of what became a really special friendship.
Don't play dumb with me, sister. You tell your husband he owes me $200.
The Big Bang Theory ran for 12 seasons, coming to an end in 2019, but it's clear the two haven't missed a beat together again on Night Court. While Mayim studies her lines, Melissa took us on a tour of the set.
Welcome to the Night Court set. All right, come on. These are the chambers, Judge Abby Stone's chambers, originally Judge Harry Stone's chambers. This picture up there, that actually is a picture of Lucky, my childhood dog, and a wrench. He wasn't actually a judge, but that's an imagining of Lucky if he was a judge, in case you were wondering. All right, there we go. Come to our courtroom. Now, all the sets were actually recreated from the original plans. We were lucky enough to get those. And we didn't really update it too much, but the first time that I got to sit on this bench was super exciting. And this, would you want to do this? This is the most exciting part of being a judge. The muscle that I am getting right here from this move, I mean, come on.
Bonus benefit right there.
There you go.
I don't know what that is. New episode of Night Court airs tomorrow night at 8:30 on NBC, and Mayim's episode is now on Peacock.
I see you, kid.
All right, Scott, time for a whole new way to look at Phoebe Dynevor, who we first got to know, of course, on Bridgerton.
Yes, that's right. Okay, so in this one, she taps her inner Jason Bourne for her latest role as Maya, a woman who discovers her father was once a spy and joins in on the family business. The movie is called Inheritance, and in fact, she was so convincing in this role that she actually almost got arrested.
It was our first day of shooting. We were filming in Times Square in New York, and I had like a bottle of tequila and a cigarette in the other hand. And there were parents like grabbing their kids and like bringing them away from me. And eventually we had to stop filming, and I quickly turned on my British accent and was like, please don't arrest me. I'm drinking water, I promise.
You're a spy.
Shot on an iPhone, much of the film includes reactions from real people as the camera follows Phoebe through New York City, Cairo, Delhi, and Seoul, even through airports and a retail store, where her character steals a pair of sunglasses.
We gave them back. They weren't actually stolen, but it was like real. We wanted the real reactions from the shop assistants, and so they were really stolen.
I assure you, I'm anything but interested in you.
Good. Playing Maya is a stark difference from her breakout role as Daphne, the Regency-era Duchess in Bridgerton. In fact, the 29-year-old said she was just about to quit acting before the call came through.
I started out in this industry when I was 14 and kind of worked here and there and didn't work and had my ups and downs. There are times when you feel like giving up, but you just keep going. I'd say that's the thing about success, that most of it is just persistence.
And Phoebe's on-screen brother, played by Jonathan Bailey, is having a major moment. Fans are going wild for his role as the Prince Fiero in Wicked. He even just got nominated for a SAG Award.
Dancing through life. I went to see it as soon as it came out, and I'm so proud of him, but also I always knew he was gonna be doing this well.
So keep dancing.
And Phoebe's great in her new film, too. Inheritance is in theaters Friday. Coming up next, some exciting news for fans of The Traitors. It's only on Access, so stay right here.
When love is in the air,
Jesus!
HR
Mutual consent form
is always there.
I didn't know you were seeing somebody.
Who is it? Joyce. Oh. It's in there, and you're not allowed to grab it because that's my private area.
St. Dennis Medical, new Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
That is an insane amount of money.
It's all mine.
No.
Go! The banker's gonna play the baddest mother on this island.
Such a shady little... I could totally destroy him.
Deal or No Deal Island, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock. Grammy, Academy, and Golden Globe award-winning superstar, Mary J. Blige, live in concert. The For My Fans Tour. Mary J. Blige, live at Yamava Theater, March 3rd. Get tickets now at YamavaTheater.com or at the casino box office. The iconic Mary J. Blige for one night only.
I've got this dream, and you're all in it.
Let's hear it.
With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for your dream.
I have this vacation home.
What's it like a getaway?
Yeah, but it's also an eco-friendly artist retreat.
So, you're expanding your business?
And our family.
Can you help me plan for that?
Yeah, let's get started.
Ready to meet the dream team? You can with Wells Fargo.
Under 30K. Like the award-winning Sentra, the best-selling Rogue, and the all-electric Leaf. All with available Safety Shield 360. Visit your local Nissan dealer to check out the affordable lineup of Nissan vehicles today.
Now get $750 bonus cash on the 2025 Nissan Sentra, or get $1,500 customer cash on the 2025 Nissan Rogue.
The NBC4 News at 6 with Colleen, Michael, and Melissa.
On the next Access Hollywood. Lucy Liu on her shocking haunted house thriller.
It's so well written.
Next Access Hollywood.
Pandora.
What is going on? People love how the new Homes.com helps them get quick answers about any property by connecting them to the actual listing agent.
Oh, so I'm done? Oh, no. We're still not sure everyone knows that we're the only site that always connects you to the listing agent rather than selling off your contact info. So we're gonna keep you up there a little while longer. Okay, yeah, I'm getting great exposure.
Speaking of exposure, can we get him a hat?
Ooh, what about a beret?
Oh. Ding dong.
Homes.com, we've done your homework.
When winter season hits, Emergen-C supports your immune system with so much more than vitamin C. Be ready to fight back with Emergen-C. And for on-the-go immune support, try Emergen-C Crystals. No water needed.
Emmy-winning The Traitors is back
For an all-new season.
Here we go again.
And it's back with all the intrigue and treachery you can expect.
Host Alan Cumming is sensational in this, and he's got his hands full with this lot for season 3.
That is for sure. And if you've missed the first 2 episodes, stay tuned because they're on NBC right after Access, and we've got a sneak peek.
And please be sure to check out new episodes Thursdays on Peacock. And that'll do it from Universal Studios Hollywood. We'll see you next time.
Tonight on the NBC4 News at 11, searching for a sign. Closer look at the urban search and rescue teams combing through the damage in LA County.
And we're still looking at gusty Santa Ana winds through the overnight hours for tonight. I'll have details on that and fire danger at 11.
Tonight's primetime lineup is brought to you by Spectrum.
When you can make anything possible because you have a reliable connection that puts everything within reach, that's life unlimited. That's Spectrum.
I've had health insurance before. So expensive. I mean, I'm helping my mama. I don't have that kind of cash.
I know, but you can get financial help now through Covered California. It's totally affordable. You'd be surprised. They've got this calculator thing that shows how much you'll pay.
For real?
Yeah. What are you doing not having health insurance, man?
Hey, I know.
Here, let me show you.
We all have questions. Covered California has answers and can find a health plan that's right for you. Covered California, this way to health insurance.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. From the Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand. Right now, you can get a $269 per month lease on a 2025 HR-V two-wheel drive LX.
Shower. It works. Got 2 more upstairs.
And the bedrooms.
I don't know what goes on in there.
And the living room.
It's a hangout house. That's why I'm moving.
And get an offer on your house. Selling your home to Open Door is so easy, you can do it during halftime. Get started at opendoor.com.
It's tempting. One shot makes you a soup for 24 hours.
Waiting for the break of day. Getting up to splash my face. Wanting just to stay away. Should I try to do so?
Spoons, they're out. Panera's new ciabatta dippers are in. Each melty sandwich paired with a perfect portion of soup is made to dip. Go for the French dipper or spicy chicken dipper. No spoon necessary when your sandwich is built to do the dipping. Only at Panera for a limited time.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back, but now with Skyrizi, I'm all in. Thanks to Skyrizi, I saw dramatically clearer skin, and many even achieved 100% clear skin. Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. With Skyrizi, nothing on my skin means everything. Ask your dermatologist about Skyrizi today.
Mom's gonna love this.
All right, kids, come on. It's time for bed.
Good morning, Mr. Snuggles.
Make breakfast special with the cocoa and hazelnutty goodness of Nutella.
As the people you love get older, their risk of severe flu and COVID goes up. Last year alone, those viruses hospitalized nearly 1 million people 65 and older. That's nearly 1 million moms, dads, favorite uncles, and grandmas. If someone you love is 65 or older, talk with them about vaccines. Because to you, they're not just another number.
This is not a procedure. It's just a hard-working cream.
Revitalift Triple Power with pro-retinol, hyaluronic acid, and vitamin C visibly reduces wrinkles, firms, and brightens skin in 1 week.
Ladies, it's time to ask for more.
Revitalift Triple Power by L'Oreal Paris.
Let's just get a closer look. Mom?
Nina, wait!
5 immersive worlds. One amazing theme park. Our universe will never be the same.
Oh, you gotta see this.
Epic Universe, only at Universal Orlando Resort.
When love is in the air,
Jesus!
HR
Mutual consent form.
is always there.
I didn't know you were seeing somebody.
Choice. Oh. It's in there, and you're not allowed to grab it because that's my private area.
St. Dennis Medical, new Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
That is an insane amount of money.
It's all mine.
No.
Go! The banker's gonna play the baddest mother on this island.
Such a shady little... I could totally destroy him.
Deal or No Deal Island, Tuesday on NBC.
1% as you pay with the Citi Double Cash Card.
Ketchup, in my opinion, it's the epitome of where art meets science. Everything from flavor to color to texture is scrutinized. Am I a ketchup nerd? Absolutely.
Upset stomach? Iberogast. Indigestion? Iberogast. Bloating? Iberogast. Thanks to a unique combination of herbs, Iberogast helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms to help you feel better. 6 digestive symptoms, the power of nature. Iberogast.
Ooh, number 7 Future Renew Day Cream. Reverses damage. What, like from sleeping in my makeup?
Reverse 5 visible signs of skin damage with number 7 Future Renew.
Flawless.
Don't regret, just reverse.
For the times when cooking just isn't in the cards, try brand new ready-made meals from HelloFresh. No prepping, no cooking. Just heat up and dig in to delicious. New from HelloFresh.
Ladies and gentlemen, talk about a live show.
Farmer Boy's $9.99 big cheese box sounds delicious. Farmer Boys, farm food ain't fast food.
Everyone move out!
We look a privileged and well-behaved lot. Unfortunately, it didn't quite turn out like that.
LA is our home, and we are with you in the recovery process. To help ease the burden, we're offering a free mattress set to those who lost their homes. Just show us your FEMA or insurance paperwork, and we'll provide what you need for a good night's sleep. From our family here at Living Spaces, we hope this message finds you safe, healthy, and on the road to recovery.
At the offices of Larry H. Parker, our case files are filled with cars just like these, and each one tells a story.
Here's a few of the results we've recovered for our clients.
Call us at the offices of Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
Our deliciously sweet center roll French toast platter is back. Farmer Boys, farm food ain't fast food.
NBC4's continuing coverage of the wildfire disaster.
Winning the Traitors is back for an all-new season. Here we go again.
To get the job done, I'll stab you in the back. I have a thirst for blood.
This game is torturous.
Dude.
If you carry on with that cocky attitude, you might get yourself in trouble.
Baby, I'm gonna be Employee of the Month.
Oh, I've missed this. If I were them, I'd be scared. Things are about to get murderous. But only metaphorically, I hope.
Tour danger not away from it.
To go, PD! Stop!
Let's end this now.
All hands on deck.
You okay?
Chicago Wednesday, new on NBC and Peacock.
Touch can mean so many things, even for people with moderate to severe eczema. Touch can make two feel like one, or simply be a helping hand. Dupixent can help you stay ahead of eczema as you welcome the feeling of touch. Dupixent helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema to help heal your skin from within. Many adults saw 90% clearer skin. Some even achieved long-lasting clearer skin. And fast itch relief after the first dose. Severe allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for face, mouth, tongue, or throat swelling, wheezing, or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor of new or worsening eye problems like eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma or other medicines without talking to your doctor. Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists, helps you feel the heal. See the difference for yourself. Reach out to your eczema specialist today.
What are you doing pouring the milk first?
Jason, it's milk first, Cinnamon Toast Crunch second. That's how we won.
Oh, okay, listen. I'm doing the same magical formula I did last week. That's why we won.
Yeah, okay.
Buy $30 of General Mills, earn a $10 gift card in the Fetch app.
What if your best hair day was every day?
Elvive Hyaluron Plus Plump with hyaluronic acid. 2 times more hydration transforms your hair for up to 72 hours. Work that bounce. Elvive Hyaluron Plus Plump by L'Oreal Paris.
You're worth it.
When I became president, I asked about the secrets. Aliens, Bigfoot, who killed JFK.
The president was trying to warn me. He knew something.
The biggest secret in the history of mankind is right under your nose.
What aren't you telling me?
Target made Good and Gather for you, helping you save on tasty berries frozen at peak ripeness, ready whenever you need them. Everyday favorites at unbeatable prices. We made Good and Gather for you, only at Target.
At Dog Chow, we believe helping dogs live their best life should be simple. That's why Dog Chow is made with high-quality protein and no fillers. Purina Dog Chow. Keep life simple.
New to the big city?
Yeah.
I'm Mara.
Hi. Apparently Progressive lets homeowners and renters bundle with their auto policy. 24/7 protection for all of my things.
Hey,
Hey, I love that you protect all my stuff, but could you tone down the creepiness?
Sorry. I'd do anything for you, Emily.
Still creepy.
Right.
It's time to bring back an oldie but goodie.
Thank you.
Levine!
Original gang.
He's very dirty and underhanded.
That gorgeous trash-talking face of his. Thank you, go on.
Original gangster.
The Voice, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
It's a classified prison. At least it was, until the blast hit.
How many inmates got out?
A lot.
Herbal Essences.
Herbal Essences is a force of nature. Our shampoos and conditioners are made with supercharged botanicals.
Shampoo drips from a flower.
These sulfate-free formulas deeply penetrate and replenish nutrients
A woman shampoos.
to boost hair health in just one wash.
Models smile.
All without the Salon Naturals price tag.
The models wave their thick, lush hair.
It's supercharged herbal essences.
P&G.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after trying a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq works differently. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling as fast as 2 weeks for some. And even at the 3-year mark, many people felt this relief. Rinvoq can stop joint damage, and in PSA can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
The Americas, narrated by Tom Hanks, premieres February 23rd on NBC.
The aftermath of the devastating wildfires.
I've never experienced such an emotional pain in my life.
Families facing fraud, red tape, and broken promises. Critical mistakes revealed. And through it all, a story of heroes and resilience. NBC4 is digging deeper, asking tough questions, and holding leaders accountable. Stay with us right here, because recovery isn't the end. It's just the beginning. NBC4U.
No matter what your dream is, Spectrum Business can connect you to it. That's life unlimited.
The 2025 Toyota Camry is going to turn heads out on the road. One of the most comfortable vehicles there is to drive. The Camry is a standard hybrid, up to 51 miles per gallon, and there is so much tech inside the new Camry. 12.3-inch touchscreen display, wireless Apple CarPlay, Qi wireless charger. It just all feels right.
And right now, you can save big with this low monthly lease on the all-hybrid Toyota Camry. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
Wicked. This way it comes.
3, 2, 1, go!
These games are about psychological warfare, and then I'll just stab them in the back.
The traitors are amongst you.
I don't want to be the duck. I want to shoot the duck.
I was born to play this game.
There's a storm a-coming.
Your favorite Olive Garden dish went away? You had thoughts, lots of thoughts. So, to help solve your existential crisis, we're bringing back our steak gorgonzola Alfredo. And thanks to your excessive use of exclamation marks, stuffed chicken marsala's back too. Plus, now you can daydream about manicotti while eating manicotti. Here for a limited time only, starting at $12.99. Fan favorites, back at Olive Garden.
Many remedies you take for chest congestion only mask the symptoms.
Hey, how you doing?
This mucus won't move out.
You're gonna love this property. The guy's congestion remedy? Harmless.
Try this.
Mucinex 12-hour treats the mucus that causes chest congestion for all-day relief. Don't leave! It's fine! Mucinex in, mucus out. Don't mask symptoms, treat the cause.
If I had to start college again from scratch, I probably wouldn't have made it. University of Phoenix made the process of transferring my credits seamless and simple. Life's too short to repeat the work you've already done.
For once, I got some advice from my mom. It's time to switch from this to this. Garnier Micellar Water gently removes makeup without rinsing, leaves skin cleansed, feeling soothed and hydrated for 12 hours. I'm keeping this. By Garnier, naturally.
You know your love keeps on lifting. Me higher, higher and higher. Let me tell you your love keeps on lifting me higher and higher. You know your love, I said your love lifted me higher.
Mom's gonna love this.
All right, kids, come on. It's time for bed.
Good morning, Mr. Snuggles.
Make breakfast special with the cocoa and hazelnutty goodness of Nutella.
The darkness of bipolar depression made me feel like I was losing interest in the things I love. Then I found a chance to let in the light.
Discover Caplyta. Unlike some medicines that only treat bipolar 1, Caplyta is proven to deliver significant symptom relief from both bipolar 1 and 2 depression. And in clinical trials, movement disorders and weight gain were not common.
Caplyta can cause serious side effects. Call your doctor about sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks in young adults. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Report fever, confusion, or stiff muscles which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements which may be permanent. Common side effects include sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, and dry mouth. These aren't all the side effects.
In the darkness of bipolar 1 and 2 depression, Caplyta can help you let in the light. Ask your doctor about Caplyta. Find savings and support at caplyta.com.
What if I came by tonight?
No.
Why? We should covertly follow my lying boyfriend to see what he's up to.
It's a night court stakeout.
Burn rubber riot?
I'm in the back seat.
Oh, these goggles don't work. I can't see.
Night Court, Tuesday on NBC.
COVID-19. I'm not waiting. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid is an oral treatment for adults with mild to moderate COVID-19 and a high risk factor for it becoming severe. It does not prevent COVID-19.
My symptoms are mild now, but I'm not risking it. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms and help stop the virus from multiplying in your body.
Taking Paxlovid with certain medicines can lead to serious or life-threatening side effects or affect how it or other medicines work, including hormonal birth control. Tell your doctor about all medicines, vitamins, and herbal supplements you take, as certain tests or dosage changes of your other medicines may be needed. Tell them if you have kidney or liver problems, HIV-1, are or plan to be pregnant, or breastfeed. Don't take Paxlovid if allergic to its ingredients. Stop taking and call your doctor right away if you have allergic reaction symptoms. Serious side effects can include allergic reactions, some severe like anaphylaxis, and liver problems. These are not all the possible side effects, so talk to your doctor.
If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Ask your doctor today.
Ooh, number 7 Future Renew Day Cream. Reverses damage. What, like from sleeping in my makeup?
Reverse 5 visible signs of skin damage with number 7 Future Renew.
Flawless.
Don't regret, just reverse.
Look at him, streaming DirecTV without a satellite dish. Just living it up.
Did you see how fast that guy found the game? He hardly struggled at all.
You know, every day is a struggle for us pigeons. Meanwhile, he's flipping through channels faster than a peregrine falcon. Ugh.
You know, I dated a falcon once.
Who, Janice? She was a common barn owl.
Not to me, she wasn't.
Find your games easy. No satellite dish.
You know, I still play cards with her mom.
Upset stomach? Iberogast. Indigestion? Iberogast. Bloating? Iberogast. Thanks to a unique combination of herbs, Iberogast helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms to help you feel better. 6 digestive symptoms. The
This is not a procedure. It's just a hard-working cream.
Revitalift Triple Power with pro-retinol, hyaluronic acid, and vitamin C visibly reduces wrinkles, firms, and brightens skin in 1 week.
Ladies, it's time to ask for more.
Revitalift Triple Power by L'Oreal.
An all-new season. Here we go again.
To get the job done, I'll stab you in the back. I have a thirst for blood.
Ooh. This game is torturous.
Dude.
If you carry on with that cocky attitude, you might get yourself in trouble.
Baby, I'm gonna be Employee of the Month.
Oh, I've missed this.
If I were them, I'd be scared.
Things are about to get murderous. But only metaphorically, I hope.